need not to wait for the VBlank to happen. That's why you see that in case of sync, it has higher latency. And sync modifiers are very strict to no tiering. So if in an application where I don't want to see any tiering, so I need to stick with the sync modifiers. So in case of async, tiering is like kind of possible. Right? So now in order to achieve async page split, we found out that there is a requirement for a new kernel UAPI which our team proposed. I think this is the changes have been floated. So this was one of the new API requirement. What it does is it gives you list of async supported modifiers. So far we had sync supported modifier list which may not work for async. So in order to support async page split, we needed one more UAPI which just a DRM property you can create and it will give you the list of supported format and modifier lists. Right? So now in that existing diagram, so we just saw the whole green color, right? Whatever we saw in the previous slide, it's like existing one. So the only change we needed to bring in order to support async page split was, if you see on the right bottom, in format async. So this was the only change needed in order to get the list of supported modifiers and format and modifier for async. So you have in formats for sync. Now you get another DRM property called in format async, which will give you the list of supported format and modifier. So now with this, the path remains same. So by doing this, what we found out, there are certain applications which doesn't make use of DMF directly. So what happens to those clients? They will not be able to pass this list of modifiers. Right? In that case, they still make use of easier. Easier is like most avoiding to right? So with the help of Linux DMF, what Mesa does is Mesa backend implements this particular variant protocol, and with that it will be able to get what are the supported modifiers, and based on that it can reallocate buffer and it can hand over to application, and then the path will remain same. It comes to Mutter compositor and it goes to control. Right? So this is very high level. Now let me go through in deeper detail how we have implemented in GNOME Mutter. Yeah. So this is like a kind of in a flow from very starting from the application to the kernel driver. If you see, try to capture both sync and async implementation, how it takes place. So at very high level, if you see what you need first thing is one of the applications. So it can be VLC player, any Firefox, right? All the applications. So what you need to do is you need to do a sync or async page split request. So there is a variant protocol, tiering protocol, via which you can say that I want async or sync. Right? That information now reaches to compositor. So this whole dotted, if you see, that's like a no Mutter compositor. It can be any compositor. In this case, it's a no Mutter. So basically, compositor gets okay. So async is enabled, right? And second thing you want to check is where does my hardware support async or not? So once this is like true, so okay, so this is async page split. What happens is compositor says that schedule update as soon as frame is available. So you have the frame available, you just be ready and don't wait for VBlank. Yeah. So what additionally compositor in case of async it need to do is it appends one DRM flag if you see page flip async. So that kernel will know. Okay, so there is a one additional flag which says it is async flip, right? Similarly, if it is like a normal sync path, so in that case what happens? Again compositor schedules update. Here it waits for VBlank. In case of async, it need not to wait, but here it waits for the VBlank. And now kernel driver, based on this DRM flag page split async, it will be able to determine whether this is a sync or async page split. Okay. So while doing so, we also need two more components. Like first thing you want to check the informats and informat async based on what type of user request is, whether it's a sync presentation or whether it's a async presentation. So you basically want to populate the list of supported format and modifier for that. And then apart from that, what you need is you need to check the capability of your underlying hardware. So with the help of DRM cap atomic async page split, you'll be able to know whether your hardware supports async page split or not. Okay? So this is like pretty much very starting from the application, the compositor via protocol, and then finally it reaches to kernel. So now we have implemented it, right? Now we want to see the async page split in action. So how we can enable that on a general Linux stack, right? So basically, if you see on a Linux, we have mainly Mesa, kernel, and compositor. So on Mesa side, Mesa, what it does is it does all the rendering part, right? So that rendering also has to happen faster in case of async. So what you basically need is Mesa has one environment variable read blank mode equal to 0. So as soon as you pass, Mesa understands that this has to be in async. It disables the vsync, so it doesn't wait for read blank. What it will do is it will go into async mode and rendering gets faster, right? So in order to try this, what you can do is you can simply export it on a command line. If you want to run for a particular application, you don't want to run it globally, you just export it this variable. Mesa understands, okay, this application has to run in async mode, the rendering has to happen in async. And if you want it globally, so just put it in etc environment variable. Okay? So this way, from Mesa, so we are letting Mesa know that it is an async rendering. Now, on the kernel side, if we are, let's say, if we are implementing in any compositor, so what do you expect from the kernel? So kernel basically exposes a couple of DRM capabilities and flags. So one of them is DRM cap atomic async page split. So on a system or the compositor which support atomic, right, you need this particular flag. So that tells you your underlying hardware has that async page split capability. So there are some certain legacy non-atomic compositor or the driver. There, the legacy API is not even DRM cap async page split. So this works fine. And the additional DRM flag, what you need is DRM mode page split async. So this is something while doing the atomic page split, you need to append one extra flag. So on the compositor side, so this is kernel what kernel is doing. Now on the compositor side, what compositor need to do is it need to consume those DRM properties. So what you need to do is while doing the atomic page split, you see that one additional flag you need to append in case of async page split. Right? So with this, I think you'll be able to kind of establish or implement in any stack like Fedora or the other distributions. Yeah. So this is something how we validate it. Western already has async page split support. So there is a simple Western client, Western simple easier, which is like readily available on the upstream. So what you can do is a couple of arguments you need. V stands for like drawing a vertical bar, what you see, and F stands for full screen, and small t says enable tiering. So if you pass a small hyphen e, it says that enable tiering. So this application says that I want the presentation has to happen in async mode, right? And capital T stands for toggle tiering. It can toggle between sync and async every 5 seconds. Right? So what output we saw, right? In case of sync, the screen was refreshing with one vertical bar. So it was just moving. So the screen is refreshing with one single bar. So this is what we understood from the graphs, right? It will update only one single frame. However, in case of async, we saw in a single display refresh, we are seeing multiple frames are being drawn, and that's what we can see the tiering happening. So what you basically get from here is, right, it need not to wait for the next display refresh, right? Immediately you get the latest frame. So that's what in the real game thing, right? You click on bombing or something, that effect has to happen immediately. It need not to wait for certain, and then you see that response is happening later. So you want the latest frame, so that is what you see. The latest frame also is displayed immediately. You need not to wait for the read blank. So further what we did is, we also wanted to validate whether this sync and async page splits are actually reaching to the kernel or not. So one of our kernel driver team has developed this test app. What you can do is, you can simply read syskernel debug path for INN and for display metrics. So in kernel, we could easily see that whenever we were switching from sync to async, so the count was properly increasing. So kernel is able to determine, okay, this is a sync flip or async page flip. So we were correctly able to kind of determine whether it is a sync or async page flip. So this works pretty well for us. Right. So this, the work which we have been doing, so already we have kind of submitted to MR in the GNOME Mutter, as well as kernel driver team also have added support in the kernel. So the code have been validated, it works very well, and the reviews are almost in the final stage. So there are like two main MRs, or if you see the MR 3797, which is trying to add basic async page split support in the GNOME Mutter for the first time. Right? And while doing so, we found out there is a new API requirement, especially on, we saw some of the modifier doesn't support. So for that, we need one more support. That is where you see the second MR 4063 have been added, and respective kernel MR is also in place. So this is in final stage of review. I think a couple of more reviews, and I think we will have async page split support added in GNOME Mutter, which is like very much demanded for in recent games and all. Okay? So on Intel platform, meanwhile, in order to immediately, if somebody wants to test it, right? So you need this Mesa workaround, at least on Intel, we need this workaround. So what we have done is we have restricted some of the modifiers to be used in case of async. So we are making that only supported async modifiers to be used. Once MR4063 gets merged, I think we'll be all good. Async will be working properly on Intel. Yeah, so some of the call to actions, I think going forward, what we need is, we need the final reviews on the kernel driver changes and as well as Mutter, which can help us just merge the whole changes. And once we have this whole stack tested, what we need is we can encourage and try other compositors like Western, Kevin, and even other compositors like Fedora and other distributions. And we request some of the GNOME client developers to kind of try and experience the benefit of async, and you guys can share your feedback on the mailing list. We'll be happy to help you. Right. So yeah, I think we'll spare some time for Q&A. If there are any questions, we can take it now as well as on the mailing list.
Thanks for the introduction about async phase. So you were mentioning about the hardware part, right? So what exactly the hardware means? Is it a screen, or is it some modules?
Hardware means the CPU, the GPU, right?
Okay.
Your like, it can be Intel, it can be AMD, it can be any vendor. Okay. So your hardware, basically the CPU, GPU, whether it supports this feature or not. Okay. So it need not be only software. The hardware also should be equally capable of able to flip that.
Right. And by default, sync phase will be enabled, right?
Exactly.
So we need to explicitly go to the settings and in order to enable those async.
Exactly.
And let's suppose if I wanted to improvise the frame rate, so I need to enable the async sync phase just to improve the graphic quality and the frame rendering, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So you saw it, in case of sync, what happens that all the frames display what happens. It is tied to different display refresh rate, which is like 6 pages. In case of async, it is even tied, but you get the latest frame. So some of the frames will be skipped or overlapped, but you get the latest frame. Right?
So is there any frame rate losses like during the testing? Have you observed that? Like, it might happen, right? Maybe some of the frames might get lost during those.
I think, yeah, that is kind of expected. I think at least with the bar you saw, right? So some of the frames are being overlapped, and you see that tearing, some sort of tearing is, yes, we have observed that. But what basically happens that when you are running some sort of high games, you want to see the latest accelerate to be done. Otherwise, what you see that you see the delayed response. Right. So that can be kind of eliminated. So some sort of tearing is, again, the name itself says tearing. Right. You have to expect that.
Sure. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. The presentation was good. I have a question around how this will play with VRR.
Yes.
Because I think that's a... Yeah. So how does that actually work together?
Yeah, right. I think in the community we have discussed this, and what we figured out that we should enable async page flip in parallel to VRR. So VRR can be still there.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have kind of, I think there was a couple of discussions going on that whether, because both are doing the similar work, so whether we should do it. So the conclusion was that we should enable even on when VRR is there.
Okay. But it's kind of counterintuitive. Because here we are actually enabling tearing. VRR kind of helps us reduce it. So...
yeah, right. So basically you have VRR, which basically switches the panel refresh rate based on the content, right? Like starting from 30 to, it can go up to 144. So what async basically in that case, it can still help you with that. You get a faster frames. You get the faster frames, and you see the latest. So imagine if a panel's capability is like one maximum of 144 or something. But if a content is able to or capable to drive even faster than that. So you still want the latest frame to be displayed, not the limitation of the VRR panel. Right. So with that, I think this.
So still we can see a little bit of tearing even if VRR is present.
Possible. Yes.
we still got time for one question. If there is any question, 2 minutes left.
Hi, thank you. I'm just curious, what is the sort of minimum requirement for the async page flip?
Okay.
Examples.
Right, right. So mostly in order to, let's say, enable in any of the compositor, like can be Mutter compositor or Western or Keynote, there are several compositors available and the distributions, right? What you basically need is your underlying the hardware, the vendor like Intel or the AMD, that need to support async page flip. You saw the kernel driver trying to expose some of the capabilities. So by that only you come to know your hardware supports on it, right? So you first thing you do is you check for that capability of the hardware. DRM cap we saw it. I think there was here. The first thing if you see the DRM capability, DRM cap atomic async page flip, that itself will say that your hardware supports or not. So as soon you check for that in your the compositor of the SDK, right? When you implement this one of the DRM property, it will say whether it supports or not. Once it supports, I think you are pretty much good with the hardware. Only thing you need to do is you need to implement that in one of the compositor or the SDK the way we have developed. I think there are references available on the GNOME Asia side which can be easily taken to any other compositor. We'll be happy to help you. I think on the mailing list for any references needed.
How recent do you say to need?
Come again?
How recent a CPU typically?
I think it is, the async page flip support have been there for quite some time. Yeah, it's been quite some time. So I think even the legacy CPUs should be able to support it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Navin, for this wonderful session. Now we will have a coffee break for 10 minutes. So also there is another track going on in the track 2. The session is going on. If you want to join the session, then you guys as well can join that. Or else there will be 10 minutes of coffee break. So we will meet again at 10:30. It is 10:21 right now. We will meet again at 10:30. Thank you.
Check. Hello, check. Hello. Line. Game week. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Mic. Okay. Line 2. Hello.
So the next topic. So we are here for the next session. Our next session is basically for infrastructure and software, which is about infrastructure and business engineering. Part goes into the session. And the parallel session is just in the interactive. The previous one, this past week, we looked at the accessibility and controls in our own community that supports everyone. So, the talk time has already started. So, try to stay there. Can you hear me? First of all, welcome to our talk. Our talk is about infrastructure and basically the Fedora problem that takes care of, as you can see, the infrastructure around the community as well as people that releases the architecture developed in Fedora Linux, the quality and the security. So first off, we will deliver by myself. I'm a high school guy. I'm part of the Fedora Council as the representative, and as a day job, I work in the community Linux engineering team. I'll pass it over to Samir for his introduction.
Hello everyone, I am Samir Jain and I am currently active in Fedora review. So if there is a bad word in Fedora and Fedora reviews, it's me. So yes, I am behind the last two editors. I did here first, so that's what I'm learning and doing for this side. But yeah, this is in a way and we can work together. Otherwise, I'm just doing my
Thanks, Sam. Let's go on to the next slide. People, right? Community is all about people, right? Like, we can have a group of people taking care of something, we can have these, but definitely it's all the community that takes care of our
fits, the sort of requirements, the packages, and the entire workflow, like how we prepare them, they upstream them from the upstream, and then the life cycle of phasing them out and then preparing for the next one, then the ecosystem support to make sure that all of these tooling is working with each other, and then finally multiple utilizations, because there is also going to be this tooling that have to make sure that these sets, these workflows, they work well with each other. Then, of course, that has to be done with a bunch of infrastructure services. If you are able to discern some of these names from the names of Pokemon versus some infrastructure services, just let me know. If not, well, that's what I'm here. We have things that are maintained by us as well as deployed by us, OTs that we write. But as we're an infrastructure team, the majority of stuff that we take care of is deploying things and making sure that they work well. So that's the reason there's a bunch of services related to integration and authorization, and packaging, like I said, and then the infrastructure tool that brings it all together, and the tools that help the users collaborate and conversations about how these things work. And then some more examples of tools that we can maintain in our infrastructure that enables our developers to work on the community. Come up with these artifacts, work well to make sure that it's of high quality and it's running fine. And again, some more examples of artifacts which we need to set up these artifacts, and then things that we know. But enough about talking about the stuff that we use. Let's talk about what we do with services, tools, infrastructure. And for this, I'm going to pass it over to Samir, who's going to explain a recently process with a focus in GNOME as a Fedora workstation, ASIC/security and async. So over to you.
Changes file. Whatever change, something that you want to propose which needs to get into Fedora. And that change goes to the change set. The change set is compilation of all the changes that's going to go into the next release. Or the next release. And we're going to do that. It's called a drawback. So later you have heard about Fedora drawback. But sometimes it gets confusing. We have Fedora 41. So Fedora 41 or the other releases which are new, they are still that's not come up next to the second. For example, that we have a problem which just got released, we have a account related to that, but we don't have so that change will set it, and then it gets to the manifesto. Change style, what comes to release engineering, we actually have to see that the ISO that we built, we have to put it, we have to them, and then we do first. That's configuring. But we don't need this. There are currently like 5 resource scale packages that we do to see this time, and we have to actually build them all before actually making them code with your stable branch. Why this is important is we can actually see these packages are okay to build, okay to install, or it's just like building resource. In fact, these tags, the SPI, the PPFS, that we use to actually check them. I'm going to talk more about debuilding in the actual debuilding part of it. Then we finally have a branching and freezing. In branching, we actually, since we have all the packages ready now, we have to actually branch them to a stable release. That means now the Fedora Rawhide will be called a Fedora stable version. For example, currently Fedora 41. Finally, the branching happens, we freeze them. Why freezing is important? Like because we actually need to test those out in those freezing time. We have a beta and a final release. We actually test those out, like the Fedora beta, that release is okay. And that's done with the QA and the community, of course. And similarly with the final release. So that's what freezing matters. Can you go to the next slide? Oh, that's.
Yeah, speaking about deadlines, we're going to have to make it a bit quicker because we have a lot of slides. We just want to make sure that everyone gets the most of it so that they feel like being a part of our team. But of course, again, with respect to GNOME, we try to stay as close to the upstream as possible, which essentially means that we have this biannual release cycle for Fedora Linux, which plays really, really well with the biannual major release cycle for GNOME as well. And that's how we're able to get our flagship distribution out there. But speaking about mass rebuild, over to Samyak again.
Okay, so here we are again talking about rebuilding. So let's see. So why rebuilding is important again? I'm gonna come so we have stability and optimization. So if we do not rebuild those packages and we directly send them to a stable release, there might be something that like a maintainer forget to add something or forget to update a package which was a dependency. That's why we needed these mass rebuild to happen. And do you have next slide please? Yes. So basically we have initiation, we have addressal, and then completion. What happens is every time we have the whole chain set, we collect all the packages, and all the packages lie in a diskette. Like Akash is going to talk about diskette in the next slide. But meanwhile, just think of it like there's all the Fedora RPMs are stored in one place, and we have to collect it from there. We have a script running which clones all the packages from there, and it rebuilds. And it rebuilds using Koji, which again, like it's a tool which we are going to talk about in a while. So then we have addressal. What addressal means is like every time a package is rebuilt, it either fails or it either completes. So, and why it's failing? Again, as I mentioned, there are FTBFS and FTI tags we talk about, and that's filed in Bugzilla. Another tool, we're going to talk about it. So that's what addressal comes into the picture, and finally completion. So, and by the way, this is all live. This is all community people. By this I mean is you can see actually what all the packages were failed, what all the packages were built completely, and what was successful and what was not. So this is the first step towards a new release, which is master building. Can you go to the next slide? And then it's yours.
Right, so Samyak took a lot of proper nouns over there, Koji and Bugzilla, and we're like, well, when did we have the sequel to Godzilla? But no, Bugzilla is not a sequel to Godzilla. But let's talk about Koji first. Koji, if I were to make a TLDR out of it, it's a build service for all the artifacts that's included in Fedora Linux, and of course the upstream, the side stream, and the downstream around it. Of course, it's free and open source, and it's written in Python 3. It takes care of creation of the artifacts, like I said. It works well with a bunch of ecosystem applications like Fed package and Punji. A bunch of these things I'm going to explain down the road as to how or why these things are important, but it's making sure that these packages, they play well with the changes that come with the result of the new distribution. And then of course it's used in a bunch of other places, not just Fedora, but what we do in Fedora Linux, it propagates down to places like CERN, Ergo Project, NetNext, COS France, and so on, the virtualization platform XCCPNG, so on and so forth. Right, so like every other RPM packages, like we do not treat GNOME packages separately. Like every other RPM packages installed in as a part of the Fedora Linux, we make sure that a curated set of GNOME packages that become a part of the workstation package group that defines the workstation experience for GNOME in Fedora workstation, they have some test cases. They have a certain minimum criteria to be qualified as something that actually works and will give you the experience that GNOME developers wanted you to have in the first place. Mass branching, again, process, so I'll hand it over to my process friend.
Okay, so we rebuilt a packet, we know what tools we're using, now we are actually doing the most tedious work, and that's mastery building. So what's mastery building? It's basically transitioning the rawhide to a stable release. So I'm going to take an example, since Fedora 41 release now, so Fedora 41 is a stable release. So what happened this time in the mass branching? Can you go to the next slide, Prakash? So this is the whole process that we're going to lay out, but before that, why it was important? Why we need to do mass branching? So every time you see there is a development branch, it's called rawhide. But now we rebuilt a average package, and now it's time to actually let the maintainers cut it off to their next release, because hey, everyone wants to create a new feature, but it might not get accepted in this stable release. So they're going to need their rawhide branch also. So this is the purpose of the master. Can you go back to the next slide? So this is the purpose of the mass branching, to have an isolation and a parallel workflow. So basically you can separate all the chain sets that were accepted to the stable release, and finally all the maintainers can work for their future features into the next RPMs, which is basically our new rawhide. Okay, next slide. So these are the steps. So basically the preparation, creation, tagging, and there are 3 more afterwards. As I told you, it was a tedious work that we do. So in the preparation, there's a date decided as per the schedule, where FESCO and all the community decide, hey, this is the time you're going to do mass rebuilding, mass branching, and it basically happens 2 weeks after the rebuilding, because we let maintainers, if there was an FTI or FTBFS bug, we let maintainers to fix it, so that we can actually take them again before the branching happens, and we can actually change that rawhide to the stable release. So the first step was that. Second step was creation. So in the rebuilding, what we did was we rebuilt all the packets against a tag, but still it did not have a branch where these packages are going to go and where we are going to open the PRs for. But this is going to happen at the time of mass branching, and this happens using our Ansible. Ansible is again Akash, you want to talk about Ansible? Yeah. Okay, yes, Akash is going to talk about it. So we use that for creating the branches, and finally, every time a branch is created, there is a Koji tag associated to it. So every RPMs, for example, there's a build for, let's say there's a RPM called Samyak, there is Samyak.fc41, which is gonna be tagged to a Koji tag, which is F41. That's how the tagging works, and that's how every RPM is mapped to a release. For rawhide, we used the next release. For example, we use F42 for the rawhide tag. Next slide, please. Okay, then we do configuration, communication, and testing. So what happens in part of configuration is we also have a lot of artifacts. We also sign those packages. So this is also handled as a part of mass branching itself. We have a robo-signer tree set up in the Fedora Ansible repository for us as well, and that's how we are automatically doing these processes. So we have a lot of artifacts that are recently we added in last year's releasing Onyx, Sorcia, and this all happened as a part of mass branching itself. The first point is communication. Maintainers and contributors are invited to work on those branches. Now the branch has been created. Now we'll allow you to actually test those branches. Do you have a bug there? Do you see everything is fine? Do you want to add features to those branches? That's where this comes into the picture. Finally, testing. So mass branching looks like it's like a release engineering work, but it's generally not. It's a collaborative effort with testing, community, and release engineering, of course. And that's where the testing people come. We have a guy capturing our pictures, but he's a testing guy. He was a Fedora tester, and they actually take the release into account and test all the changes, the test cases around that. Hey, F41, or the stable release is working perfectly fine, and the branching is a go. And once the branching is a go, we actually start composing those. So once we have a branching done, we use our Panji, which is Akash is going to talk about, which is used to actually create composes. So once we have done, finally after mass branching, we have our first stable compose ready, which means we have all the Fedora ISO and artifacts in one place, which is a compose. So, next slide, and it's yours.
Thanks, Samir. For the sources of these packages, our packages, they are built from source. So we require for our packages to have their source code be available. And one of the specifications that we use is called an RPM spec file. DistKit is a platform that's based on Pagure, our own homegrown Git-based platform that's written in Python 3. It's, like I said, a specialized version of which is also used in package sources, and it also has managed history, if you can believe it. Another Git repository inside for Git repository for issues, for pull requests, and stuff like that. And speaking about making sure that these tools they work well together, we have a RabbitMQ based bus called Fedora Messaging, and it has a certain part that works on the client side as well as the one that makes sure that these messages they're being listened into and being acted upon. So if a certain push is being made to Pagure, let's just take for example that I updated my spec file and I want to build to happen as a consequence. So Pagure will then send a message on the Fedora messaging bus, and that would be listened on by some other service, and then the build will kick off. Like always, again, it's a free and open source software that's homegrown, and we like dog fooding. We like building our own stuff and making use of that. Quality assurance process.
Okay. Since this guy raised his hand, so I'm gonna let him do the talking afterwards if you have questions. But before that, what happens at the time of quality assurance? We do a lot of testing as part of the release process also. That means we have test days, we have QA continuously hovering over us to actually see if we are doing our work right. Basically making sure the composers are ready, composers are downloadable, installable, etc. etc. So there's a lot of work that quality assurance does. Basically, try test and algo test it. It's basically in order to make high standards and triaging defects. For example, recently we found out in the Fedora 40 release there was a glibc bug, and as a part of Fedora QA got it, and we had to fix it immediately. And if it would not have been affected, there would be a CD that would have been affected us. But it was ideally fixed. But this is how the quality assurance come into the picture. So that's what quality assurance will do. By the way, we have a Fedora QA team, which I let Akash.
Well, let's talk about the platform first, because I'm pretty sure Sumantra is going to give you an earful about what the quality engineering does. But OpenQA, it's a tool that's not homegrown by us, but it's homegrown by our friends at OpenSUSE that we make use of, and just like us, a bunch of other folks also make use of it. It's a platform that just makes testing these composers, these group of packages in this installable compose, we call it, but it's just a group of these packages being installed in a certain way. It makes the testing so easy, and it's again used almost everywhere alongside Fedora project. And then blocker bugs, back to homegrown stuff, is well, as the name states, it's a group of bugs that we cannot release without fixing. So we need to get through these bugs first, make sure that they're addressed, and then there will also be this thing called freeze exception bugs that we can of course sideline, but of course it's important, so we would have to take care of them as soon as possible after the release is done. But again, it's an application that keeps track of those things. Right. Again, but speaking about bugs and defects and test cases for GNOME applications, and I'm pretty sure for other applications as well, it's advised to report these bugs in the upstream as much as it is possible. If it is a certain packaging way, that hey, GNOME packages a Fedora packages a GNOME application in a certain way, and that is the causative reason of a certain bug. Sure, then you can reach out to the maintainers of those packages, but until then, it is very advised to just reach out to the GNOME's GitLab and have a conversation with them as to why a certain thing is not working the way it's supposed to. And Fedora Linux, like every other package that we have a dedicated set of test cases for the workstation group of RPM packages. Like I said, we want GNOME to be experienced in Fedora workstation like the way GNOME community wants it to, and not just bring something on the top of it just because we want to. No, we don't work that way. But speaking about coming close to the finish line, we now have tested things out, but what happens after it?
Okay, so we know that we did rebuilding and we did branching now, so everything is there, but we actually need to have a Fedora release done. And this is done using the freezes. Basically, these are two important milestones, a beta freeze and a final freeze. Basically, a beta freeze happens after the mass branching. We freeze it for 2-3 weeks, and finally we do check if there are any other bugs there was CVE or any other things. If there is something that needs freeze exception, it goes to FESCO. We have a set of people called sysadmin mainers that actually like accept, oh yes, this needs freeze exception. This needs a exception to like get into the Fedora, or like we actually need to build it and get into the Fedora to like actually have the compose ready, and it's really required. So this is all done in the beta and final freezes. Mostly in beta freezes, we actually like try to incorporate and send those RPMs to update testing repository, so we can have them at the time of final freeze. So like this time, there's a beta freeze and the final freeze. In beta freeze, you have features. For example, it might happen like Samyak was building Samyak.rpm and I forgot to add a very critical feature that was accepted as a part of change set. Now, and it is affecting Fedora Compose in general. What happens, what I'll do next is I'll actually build that and I'll actually open a request that, hey, this needs a freeze exception. Can you actually integrate that? There will be two sets of sysadmin main people. They say, hey, +1, yes, you can do that. Then it's going to push through using the tool called Bodhi, which Akash is going to test about. But Bodhi is going to like push that to like the proper compose set. But in terms of final freeze, only critical fixes are allowed to be made in the final part of the freeze, because we are actually very close to release Fedora now, and there should be no feature unless it's gonna block the Fedora release. So yes, that's what the beta and final freeze for. But yes, more on Bodhi.
We talked a bunch about building packages, testing packages, but what about releasing them, right? How about we make sure that these packages, they make it to your desktop running Fedora Workstation or, well, any other spin for that matter. Bodhi is our updates system. It allows for people to publish their updates, again provides a means for the community to test these updates, provide feedback for what works, what does not work, what is totally awesome and what should be removed from the face of earth, stuff like that. And it works for both new packages as well as updates, and it's democratic in nature, the application itself. It allows for anyone to literally install that thing, test it out, let people know. If it fails on multiple places, it goes back into the oven again. And then finally, automated installs. It makes sure that the arrival of new packages are, it's all done in a same place. Then, well, it's a rare occurrence that Fedora Linux takes the liberty of changing how GNOME experience packages look like. Like I said, we stay with the upstream as closely as possible. But sometimes we take the liberty, like we did for the Fedora Linux 41. Instead of GNOME terminal, we decided to use something a lot more shinier, that is Kisses. I'm pretty sure I'm butchering the name, but that is something that we're making use of as a default terminal application for Fedora Linux 41. And then release composing. Over to Samyak again.
Okay, so thanks for the tweet. So we actually talked about like how the freezes happens. Now it's finally time to actually release the compose. By releasing, I mean like actually releasing Fedora. But before that, I'm gonna like go back a little bit and I'm gonna tell you the whole story, what's happened behind every time, every night. So all the set of packages like goes through an automated script, which is set up in Ansible, and all the RPMs and ISOs are built up every day for all the stable release, for all the raw heights. What happens is it is a set of compose. It has all the ISOs deliverables, it has all the physical, virtual, and everything set up into those composes. It has all the images and everything. Now, like we use that same functionality to release at the part of our like the actual release that happens at Fedora. So we use RCs, release candidate scripts. Basically, it's again like the same script that Punji uses. Punji is our tool that we're going to talk about. But what Punji does is like it creates those composes for us, and we will select. For example, there are 4 RCs. We'll select which RC was the best suitable, and like this is again a collaborative effort from community and the QA. And they say, hey, RC4 is a go. We're gonna actually like say that okay, RC4 is a go. We are actually like sync that to our mirrors and everything. But that's how like the whole actual releasing goes. It's not done by a press of button, but by actually like the scripts that we have, by the compose that we run, and then finally selecting which is the best suitable one and which should be the one that needs to be delivered. Yes. Okay, like we have, can you go back? We have 2 deliverables, physical and virtual, I talked about. Basically, everything is done using the Punji itself, it's a bootable media, and we have in virtual we have image intended for cloud purposes, AWS, OpenStack. But again, like this is all done in the compose itself. So yeah.
Speaking about a tool called Punji, you did see that there was this thing called Anaconda over there. Like, what are we doing? Are we snake charmers now, right? Are we stopping to press the buttons and starting to play Punji, right? Anaconda is the installer that we make use of in Fedora Linux and a bunch of distribution that's based on Fedora Linux. Side stream, downstream alike. And Punji, if we were to pronounce it in a more Indianized form, Pungi, right, is something that we used to tame snakes with. And if you're taming our snakes or taming an anaconda here for that matter, well, that's the best tool in your inventory. That's where the name came from, folks, by the way, I'm not kidding. Unified deliverables, Punji makes sure that you put these packages together and they play well with each other. If they're dependencies of dependencies, and I'll probably go on forever with that recursive statement, but you know what I'm saying. They play well with each other. Then delegating these things, because Punji is nothing but a wrapper. It makes use of things like Koji to start these processes and to make sure that a ending of a certain process feeds into the start of another, because who knows, that package might end up being a dependency to another one. Then, now that we're done with Punji, backports. There are times when certain updates are required to be made. They might be risky, they might be critical or non-critical, but very important because it might be breaking experiences for a bunch of people for GNOME. And they are first tested on Rawhide, because of course it's a development version, right? We are not sure if it works, so we're going to test it on Rawhide before they make their way in the updates system, where a bunch of people try it out, they figure out if things work as they intend, and then they finally come to the Fedora Linux installation that people have. Well, yeah, deliverables testing, over to Samyak.
So I think I already covered this, I'm going to be quick about that. So we have the composers ready, we do testing, but again we actually we have it set up using QA people, they actually test it out, those composers are ready, which I already mentioned, so I'm going to skip it. Okay.
Yeah, speaking about skipping, please feel free to reach out to us after the fact of this presentation, because a bunch of these things I understand are very superficial, but we'd totally like for you to get involved in this. But Bugzilla, it's a free and open source software bug tracking system. It's written in Perl, but it mostly helps us track issues with respect to the packages of the software that we have over here, which essentially means that you'd have one Bugzilla tracker per packages, and somebody just mentioned we have 36,000 or even more than, somewhere 36,000. That means we have quite a lot of packages. It's workflow specific. It's not a normal issue tracker where you just assign an assignee that stuff and call it a day. No, it's a lot more specific than that. It lets you also track the people who might be interested in knowing when the bug gets fixed. Then again, upstream first. The focus is made to be possible that, if it's a problem with the software, please reach out to the folks who made it in the first place. But if it's working in some other place but not in Fedora, then probably it's the package to be believed, and that is where you reach out to Bugzilla for that. As a part of regularly scheduled test days, and we do have GNOME test days too. Yes, a dedicated event where we test out our GNOME offering, that is Fedora Workstation, among a group of contributors, by the way. Not just some automated testing by bots. No, we don't do that. We do that as well, but we have a dedicated day where we have a group of volunteers do these tests, get themselves some shiny Fedora badges that we're going to talk about a bit more about, and make sure that this works well before it reaches the public. And then, of course, pushing these releases.
The day is finally here. So basically one thing with the Bugzilla I forgot to mention was as part of deliverable testing, we actually also verify every package that are compatible across all the hardwares, and we actually also check them against all the GPG signatures and everything. So that's what we do before the release. But at the time of release, we have so now this is the day, we have already selected which RC is going to go, it's already there, but it's just not made public. So on the day of release, we actually do these things. So basically, before the announcement, the selected RC it gets synced to the mirrors. Basically, by mirrors I mean it gets accessible to all of you, and on that day we actually make it public. So this happens on the release day. We finally have a release. We have a Fedora magazine, which basically our FPL releases it. FPL actually posts that. So yes, this happens on the time of release day, and of course, like everyone enjoys the cake on that day, like virtually, right? And everyone gets cookies. So like that's what we do as part of release. But like that, this is where like the release engineering work gets over, but not really, because it's again like collaborative effort that goes with the community. They come us to at the time of release day, we actually use like the release day channel at Matrix at the Fedora FPO, where people will be like, hey, this is not what's expected to be. Like this is not working. It's not downloadable somewhere. But that's where like we come into the picture and like fix this, basically the whole community. Also at part of release day, the Fedora websites are basically updated. Do we have a slide for that?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about that in the next one.
Right, before I start explaining Mirror Manager, a huge shout out to folks who contribute their hardware, their bandwidth, for making sure that the Fedora Linux is not just available from the servers of those who build it, but also from those who have some bandwidth to spare. Major cloud providers help us with that, so big shout out to them. Mirror Manager just helps us with that. It helps you find the closest mirror that works the best for you. So of course, if I'm someone who's downloading, let's just say samyak.rpm from India, I would not want to connect to some mirror in US. It would give me a bad performance. I'd much rather connect to one in Bangalore, if there is one, and there is one. So I would be automatically navigated over there whenever I use my updates, and that is how the mirror propagation works. We have a bunch of these services all around the globe, a bunch of these run by volunteers, contributors who are doing it purely out of the goodwill of their heart. Schedule operation, like Samyak said, we async these releases, the final composers, every single night, regardless of them being final or not, right? If people feel adventurous, if they have a VM word host that they want to take it for a spin, knock yourselves out, take it for a spin and see if it works for you. But of course, when we are making a release, we want to make it good and proper. So before making an announcement, we do make sure that it has propagated to every single mirror as much as it is possible. And then of course it has a rudimentary front end, which is a bit behind the schedule, but it's for them who want to just pick an image, flash it on a drive, take it for a spin. Right, so a minor version of GNOME applications. Like sure, we make releases with the major versions, but these minor updates, like let's just say 47.1, let's just say that's the most recent GNOME version out there, that will make it to folks as a part of a system update that is available in sudo DNF update, and you get the best and the latest and the greatest of the stuff that's out there. While of course the major versions, we keep it exclusive for the major releases of Fedora Linux, which happens twice a year. Right, ongoing maintenance. Again, with the release being done, the work's not done, but what work is left, Samir's gonna talk about it.
Okay, so everything is released, everything is to you now. Like you have the access to everything. But again, every time it happens that there are some bugs, of course, like no one is God and no one is a machine, of course. So like it always happens that we leave something, or like there are something we need updates to, we need rollouts to, and like that's an ongoing maintenance that keeps ever happening. And like as a part of this also, we have a retirement process in our release engineering. If the package is like obsoleted, we retire them. If the maintainers wants to work again on that, they file an unretirement request on our tracker, and then we finally unretire that package. And basically, they build it, they try it, and both the same process happens again for the single RPM. It gets built into Bodhi, then it's pushed to Bodhi, and Bodhi finally pushes it to composers. So that's the whole process that keeps happening over the releases until it's at EOL, end of life. So yes, this is one thing, and finally back to Go High. basically the collected feedback and incorporated in the cycle of Rawhide, which is basically going to be on, which is development release for now, but going to be the stable release for in the next 6 months. So all the feedbacks, you leave something that cannot go into this stable release. You can again file a change into the change sets for the next release and get it approved. Or you can, if you just miss the deadlines, you can actually go into that. The next Rawhide, build that, be already there, and just get into the release in the next release. Yes.
Yeah, we're finally getting to the final part. So, how you can get part of this exciting process and make sure that you can say that, hey, I was a part of the release engineering process. I was building one of these applications. I have my comment up there. You can check my hash. But let's just go on to the next slide. Right, contributing. It always starts like one of the earliest talks was talking about, it starts with small steps. It starts with you being a beginner, knowing not the first thing about whatever the hell release engineering is about, and that's fine. That is totally fine. Getting in touch with the Fedora contributors like, Samyak for release engineering and for infrastructure application, myself, and having a conversation that, hey, I want to be a part of this. Can I get some documentation to read? And then lifting pace, of course, reading this documentation, finding some links and getting started with some actual stuff. And then finally, you being the next Samyak, or heck, becoming better than the next Samyak, becoming better than the next Akash for taking care of these release engineering stuff or developing these infrastructure applications, and then guiding folks and probably having the same talk with others about how they can be a part of it, thereby establishing a loop of some sorts. There's how you can contribute, but I'm going to be sharing these slide decks with you so that you can find these links and find something portable to be a part of. But thank you for your time. I'm going to share these slides with you, but it's been a pleasure talking with something that's a bit convoluted to understand. We did try to make it best understandable in a more superficial fashion. Feel free to reach out. We'll be hanging around. We have a Fedora Linux release party later today. Do be a part of it. But thank you for listening to us. Thank you so much.
I do have one question. So we talked about how it's released. Does anyone of you from the folks know where you can find those releases from? What's the website to get Fedora? And I just said it.
Getfedora.org.
Exactly, getfedora.org. So yes. So you can find all the spins, artifacts, and the ISOs at getfedora.org. And thank you.
Right, do we have any questions on this? I know it was quite a bit, but if you have some questions, feel free to let us know.
Or if you
Go ahead, yeah.
That's enough.
Can you explain a bit about the thought process about replacing the basic terminal with X6 for the Fedora workstation? Because it's there to see a shiny thing as the default.
Right, so the PTYXIS, I would not name it again because I'm pretty sure I'm going to butcher it again. That terminal has native support for Podman. So if you have some containers running, you can literally TTY into it with the GUI, as well as, I think it's Flatpak first, right? It's not DNF, it's Flatpak first. The approach that GNOME prefers to distribute most of its application has been Flatpak. So it's a Flatpak first approach. It helps you go into the TTY of a Podman containers, bunch of them if you have lying around, and then it has this theming of the context switching. So if you're going into sudo, it has this outline that turns into red. Then if you SSH into something else, it has this green color, and it's shiny. You'd love it. I would ask folks who do not use Fedora to definitely try that terminal application out. I mean, definitely try Fedora, but that terminal application is something that is definitely a worthwhile experience for us to make, want to override that experience and be like, hey, how about we try this first? And who knows, it might become the default for GNOME later on, right? Thank you. Any more questions?
Like, are there any specific reason behind this weird names, Pungi, Bodhi?
Well, you're gonna have to ask this from the folks who maintained them or who authored them in the first place. But from what I understand, we do make it a point to name our application something unique instead of update system for Bodhi. How generic is that, right? Pungi, how about compose maker? Nah, and that's not gonna stick with people now, would it? Right? Because we release every after 6 months and we already dropped naming our releases. The last thing that we want to drop is naming our applications, because we use these applications for every numbered release that we make. Definitely, yeah. But if we don't have any more questions, again, feel free to ask more detailed questions to us later around. But thank you so much for being around, sticking with us through this, and I hope that you would want to participate in Fedora in one way or the other. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Agastya and Samik, for this wonderful session. So we'll be having a break of 10 minutes. So it is 11:16 right now. We'll again continue our session at 11:25. The next two sessions, the parallel sessions, they are going to be in track 1, Build a GNOME Community, Yes You Can, by Atesi, and the second one in track 2 would be Human AI Collaboration in UI Design of GNOME by Anuroj and Siddharth. Thank you.
Hello, check. Is live or not? Check. Hello. Hello, check.
Last time is not off, but
the ports, right? DB and OS. Right? Now I know you from I know you from the
Hello. I would like everyone to come back to the tracks. The talks are starting again now.
Yes, he is working.
Okay folks, so we are going to start in the next 3 minutes. There are going to be 2 talks, and 1 talk in track 1 and 1 talk in track 2. So feel free to stick around in track 1 and track 2 as according to your liking. Basically in track 1 we have Aditya with us talking about build a NOM community. Yes you can. And second in track 2 it's about human AI collaboration in UI design of NOM by Mr. Anirudh and other folks at track 2. So like feel free to stick around in track 1 or track 2 as per your liking. And over to you, Aditya.
Okay, they are coming. Let's start with 30. So 30 is ended with 11, 30 minutes.
By the way, after this, we are going to have a Fedora release party and a lunch break. So like we are going to have food and cake, so stick around for that.
You can again announce once everyone the break is over. Shall I start? Okay, is it time? Okay. Hello everyone, I am Aditya Singh. So first of all, the topic it is more designed for the beginner people, the people like the students, the folks who want to build community in their location or like they can represent their country. So yeah, let's start. So the topic is build or no community. Yes, you can. So if you want to build any kind of community, I will be talking about like what will be the challenges, what will be the methods, what sort of things you have to do and how you can gain the sustainability. So the agendas for today is first I will be talking about me, the community, the challenges, solutions and the sustainability, and let's see what else are there. So about me, first of all, I am the GNOME Foundation member. I am the community lead of GNOME Nepal, and also by professionally I am Python software backend developer, and also the last GNOME Asia Summit I was the local team lead. So let's move toward what is community. So if you search for any definition or by common definition, the community it is just a group of people who share like common goals or common interests. Also the thing is it has been proven by the history that we humankind we need the community to grow and to succeed. Now the important thing is open source is actually community driven. The GNOME Asia Summit it is happening right now because it was community driven, and the GNOME and Fedora community they have come together to work for it. And the best thing in for the community, the essential thing is we need a vision and a mission. So let's see about the challenges. I will try to go fast, my slides faster so that we can get a Q&A session at last. So the challenges, the first challenges is that there is a lack of awareness, I mean the interest and support. Because the open source, if we are really into it, we know what is open source. But the thing is like in the country like Nepal, people don't know about open source. they don't know anything. What is open source? They don't know about Linux. If you are using Linux, you will be labeled as hacker. Yeah, that is the thing. So there is a lack of awareness. So what happens is lack of awareness creates lack of interest and support. So creating a community from scratch, it is very, very hard. And the thing is, there is a lack of vision. Even if we want to create a community, the thing I have seen what the community lacks, some community that has gone up to 10 and 15 years in Nepal, they have been just inactive right now because they lack a complete mission and vision. So we need a proper mission and vision. This is another challenge. So another thing is the structure. The structure is really important. So the challenge is people try to imitate, it creates confusion and it leads to mistakes. So let me just say an example. When we were building GNOME Nepal, the biggest mistake what we did was we tried to copy GNOME Foundation structure. So we tried to have BOD, Board of Directors, and everything GNOME staffs, and we also kept the name of the BOD also same. Now what happened is it completely got wrong. The thing is, we needed 10 to 15 people to create the BOD, and the community itself had 10 to 15 people, so everyone was BOD. So let's not try to imitate. This will really create a big blunder. What we have to do is we just have to see what the community needs. The next thing is lack of connection. So if you are trying to open up a community or build a community, the thing is if there is lack of open source people in the community, in the nation or in the locality, what happens is there will be lack of connections. You won't know actual people who have built the community. You won't know what are the challenges and these things. And the lack of connection will create lack of people with similar interest. If you know about people who have the similar interest, it is easier to find them, connect with them and get them involved with the community. And the biggest challenge you will find while building a community is there are more takers, there are less givers. The thing is, they will see the community, they will be there to take the things, they won't be there to give the things. You are building a community to give the thing. Now what happens is, the mindset, it actually was opposite. And if there are more takers, what happens is, the givers in the community, they have to give more. And this is the biggest problem. We have to identify the takers, who are they, and we have to minimize this. So another challenge is the value. Okay, now you have started an open source community, that is fine. You have given it a name, like we gave, GNOME Nepal. Now what? What is the value that you are giving? Yeah, actually in Nepal what was, there were actually 2 or 3 communities already in the capital city. Now we decided to open up GNOME Nepal. So what is the difference? Just a name, but all the communities, they are working for open source, right? So what happens is, you have to think about the values, what to deliver, or what you should try to deliver. And the next thing is, the challenge is collaboration. At first, people don't know about open source. Now you are going to them and say, okay, let's partner up for open source. And they say, what is open source? What do you expect in the collaboration? Nothing. It gets more harder. Also, what gets more harder is, there will be more other kind of communities in the locality rather than open source communities. So, collaborating with open source communities is easier. But with others, it isn't. Because the philosophy, it doesn't match. Right? The next thing is, this is another mistake we did while we were building GNOME Nepal. We searched for people that were like a perfect match. We fantasized. Someone who is skilled, someone who knows everything about open source, someone who can give sessions and everything. But this was the biggest mistake. The perfect people, they aren't the passionate one sometimes. You get the perfect people, but they aren't there for the community. They are just there. Now, what happened to the community? You don't get any values. And the most challenging part is the sustainability. Okay, the community itself, it has been started. It went for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year time. But if it even goes inactive after 5 years, it doesn't mean it is sustainable, right? It had to be sustainable. Because we have started GNOME Nepal, after 5 years, we don't want to start another community just so that it wasn't sustainable. So the biggest challenge is we have to make the community sustainable. So yeah, this is the master of all challenges. Let's see the solutions. So the solutions, the first solution is be the change and bring the change. Don't expect that the change, there will be change and you will do it. Like in Nepal, there wasn't any GNOME dedicated community at first. And the communities that were actually active at past, they weren't active there. So we didn't wait for them to be again active. We just said, okay, let's bring the change. Let's start it right now, right here. We didn't care if we were 2 people, 3 people, 4 people. We just started it. And another thing is the clear mission and vision. Mission and vision, I have been like repeating it. Yes, I have been repeating it time to time. Why do we need mission and vision? Okay, let me clarify it. So, GNOME Nepal, another open source community. Already in Kathmandu, there are 3 open source communities. So, what to expect by the members? They will just think about like another open source community. What is important? Now, what sets us apart is the mission and vision that we choose. So, we have to look for what extra element that we can provide to them. The thing is, the local community, open source community in Kathmandu, they were providing more like local contributions. They were teaching them about open source, what is open source in the local context. But what we took as our mission was, let's represent Nepali contributors to the international open source platform. So the mission was that, the vision was to contribute to the international projects, not just the local projects, and to empower the local contributors so that they can present themselves in like international platform. So what are the results? We'll go to that. And another thing, the solution, like I mentioned already, don't copy, don't imitate. This was one of the blunders that we did. So do what is best for the community. And another thing is, you are the builder. You have to start building things. You don't wait for others to build. You build it like slowly. Each and every steps matter. Like meetups. The thing is, as I told, you won't get people with similar interest at first. Now, what are the solutions to get the people with similar interest? Just announce for the meetups. Announce meetups and post it in the social media. Let it be just 5 people at first, 6 people at first, 8 people. It will just get growing. What are the importance of the meetups is you will actually get the interested people. You won't get those people who will just say, oh, I love open source, and they will come and they will do nothing. Right? But you have to do, and the thing is, you have to keep on doing the events. Why? You have to just show that your community is growing. It is doing something. Every change is happening there. And always be a giver in a community. If you aren't a giver, then why would other want to give to your community? Right? So you are the builder, you have to keep on doing this. And let's see, there are more at the last which will show this point. So another thing is identify the takers. They are really energy draining. In my context, there were some. Yeah. We started the community and there were some. The one thing is, I told you like we started the BOD kind of thing, like we wanted to copy it from the GNOME, right? And the thing is, the newcomers, they wanted to choose the BOD. I want to choose the BOD, otherwise I won't be in the community. Let me have the power. Now, at that time, you know, they are the takers, right? Another thing was, what I encountered was, there were some members. Once I attended the last GNOME Asia and I returned to the community, they said, bro, you went to GNOME Asia. We are in Nepal. Why aren't you giving us the opportunity? But the actual thing is, I submitted the CFP, we went through it, right? So these are the takers, they don't want to give to the community, but they are just there to take from the community. So we have to find them, we have to, I will say we have to remove them before they train the community. They will just damage the community. Trust me. The thing is, they will also damage the mindset of the givers that are already in there. Because when there are givers, they keep on giving. And someone there is, they keep on taking. Now the givers will think, why should we give? Yeah. And the thing is, freedom. Freedom is the most important thing in a community. The solution is you have to let the community flow free. You have to let everyone take part in everything like the meetups, the events. like what we do is in every events, if we are doing any events, we are going to like teach people about open source, we just announce in the group. We say, anyone wants to be instructor? If you don't know how to instruct or you haven't, we will help you. We will teach you how to instruct. Just say we are interested. And other things we do is we take volunteers, like it is just open. You don't need to follow any hierarchy. You don't need to be the leader. You don't need to be anything. Even if you are a newcomer, you joined yesterday, and you want to give us a session tomorrow, it is fine with us. You can just do that. Because you are the giver, you are making the change. So the projects, they are important. Why? Because these are the actual values that we keep on giving. So for the newcomers, the beginner projects, like the front end website of the community, or the back end thing, where you manage the event of the community, you flow the sessions, you show the contributors name list. This type of projects, this will create interest in the newcomers. They will want to contribute more. They will know about the open source more. Not just the theoretical part, but they will know how to use it, how to work collaboratively in community, how to code the project, and how this will help is this will help for them to contribute to the bigger global project. And also target right partners. So this is the biggest problem that the newcoming community they experience. There aren't much community that want to collaborate with them. There aren't much community that want to partner with them. So what was the solution about this for us, GNOME Nepal, was we targeted student community. So what sort of student community? You have to target specific student community of those universities or colleges which aren't getting proper sessions. They are being deprived of these sessions. Now what happens is, if you connect to them, they will be ready to accept your sessions. They will be ready to let you host the sessions in their college. And the thing is, they will provide you the value that you need and they need. So you have to target the student communities at first. Don't just go to any community. Don't just go to the, you see, oh, this is the top community, they have so many members. We will go and collaborate with them. Sometimes it may not work. But if you have good terms, like friendly terms, you can use that. If you have friends in good communities, you can just ask them, text them and say, okay, let us collaborate, let's just do some events, let's just meet up, let's just do some sessions, and then that is the thing. So the passion and interest, you have to target the young people. Even if they don't know much about open source, you have to encourage them. Don't try finding the perfect people, because the perfect people, they are engaged in something else, they won't give their much time to the community. But if there are young and passionate people, even if they don't know, they are less skilled, there is a room for growth, because they have the passion to learn about it. So let me give you one example. When we created our platform in Discord, the thing was, I am the community lead, but I don't know how to use Discord. I don't know. So the Discord, it was just mismanaged. Then one young person came and he said, let me do the management thing. He just joined yesterday. But as I mentioned, we believe in freedom. We said, okay, you can do it. Then after 2 weeks, I asked him, what is your age? And he said, 14. Now just think about it. And which grade do you study? He said, 9. So a school level student, he was passionate enough, his name is Prarambha Bhasyal, so he is passionate enough that he is managing the whole community of, I will show the members number. So the young person is doing that. But if you think anyone is skilled, they won't have the time to do that. So the sustainability, it is still a challenge. So the solutions, it is an ongoing process. Let me address this more. So the sustainability. Sustainability, there isn't a single solution. It is an ongoing thing. So it is a process. It isn't a step, because sustainability, it is for a long term. You can't just decide today that this particular decision will make your community sustainable. No. And the thing is, sustainability is highly dynamic. Things changes. You have to make decisions as the thing changes. Like the thing is, at first our community was very small. So what we did was we gave free sessions everywhere possible. Now what is happening is the community has grown. We have built for GNOME Asia and recently we got accepted. Now the thing is, we have to think bigger. Now we have to think more about like how to generate sponsors so that we can sustain the event. right? So the decision, it changes. It changes with the things that your community is involved in. Also the thing is sustainability. You take some decisions, that decision is not necessarily a solution. Sometimes the solution that you think, it is a problem. Like the BOD thing, I thought if we give everyone some task, if we assign some title to everyone, they will be more responsible and they will do that. But what actually happened was one person was saying he isn't doing his job, another person was saying he isn't doing his job, and the thing is both were not doing their jobs. So this thing happens. So the most important thing for the sustainability is handover. You have to think about handover. What happened to the long-lasting community in Nepal was that once the leaders got old, the community got inactive. So what you have to do is you have to keep on generating young talents, the people who really have passion for the community, those who can lead the community. Like if you see, I see right there in the registration desk, there is one member right there from GNOME Nepal. He was selected for the event because he was the top contributor. He has been contributing to the community and the last GNOME Asia. So this is the thing we have to do. We have to encourage the young people. We have to let them see how the platform works, how other things are going. And like I mentioned you, the young Discord maintainer. So we have to just create future leaders so that once we aren't able to handle the community, once we have our career, we have family, at that time it will be really hard for us to like give our much of the time, invest our much of the time in the community. For that you have to be preparing youngsters for the handover. You have to prepare future leaders from right now. So mission and vision, it is really important. Don't get distracted. You really need mission and vision. Without mission and vision, you won't go anywhere, because it is something that helps you track the progress of your community. So uplifting, collaboration and partnership, you have to do that. For the sustainability, values, you have to keep providing the values, because if you provide values, then you will get the value. Then we have to be self-sufficient. This is very important for the sustainability. So self-sufficient, what we thought was, at first we thought which platform we should use for the front end and the back end for the GNOME Nepal. Then we thought, why don't we be self-sufficient and we provide our platform to others. So we created a fully dynamic front end. It was done by all the members. So open source collaboration, we taught them how to collaborate in open source. Even the beginners, they were involved. And then we created our backend. We asked GNOME Foundation for the help, and they provided the infrastructure, but we did everything after that by ourselves. So this helped make our community sufficient. We don't have to pay to anyone to use the platform. We can just post about our contributors. We can just post about our sessions. We can do whatever we want in our platform. And the thing is, it is open source. Now, other communities, if they want to use it, they can use it. We have just made it free for them. So it is all about self-sustaining, like how we can sustain. So the community platforms we didn't left any of the social media that we could penetrate. So we have in Discord, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. You can just search for GNOME Nepal in browser and you can just get our community. I don't know if the migration has already happened, because GNOME Foundation is migrating its infrastructure, so the site might be down right now. So the community platforms, 56 members. This was at the last Guade. It was like some months back. After the Guade, what happened was the community, it really got active. Everyone started contributing. And then we increased the members. 84? No. We reached 184. In just few months, from 56, we reached 184. And these members, we haven't marketed anything. These members, they just joined us because we went to their schools and we gave them open source sessions. They just saw and they joined. What is our mindset is, from the 30, 40, 50% who attend our session, even 5 join the community, it is a big win for us. Even if 1 person join, it is a big win for us. Why? Because in that particular school or the college, we have like kept a seed, right? Now that particular person will just influence others about the open source. We can just force open source on others. It is always about influencing. It is always about like empowering. So the thing is, it has been 135 days till today from Quadex Summit, and we increased by 128 members. So it is something like one member at a day plus and minus. So this is how we are growing. We are growing really fast, and everything is we just have interested people with us. We don't have like people who join just to show the numbers. So about sustainability, this is the front end page that we made. So this is the dark theme. You can also use the white theme. We have home, about us, events, contributors. We have our own documentation. You can just go check our blogs, become a member, and everything. So what are the impacts? So let's see about the session. At first, no one was ready to provide open source session at their college. We had to really try hard. We had to go say, please, this is open source. Let us have a session. And they said, what is open source? No one is doing this. We will do something hackathon rather than this. But then we requested, and this was one of the grand session we had, like 50 people. Then after this was the recent one. Then again after this was like 60 people. This was something like 40 people. So what we did, we just collaborated with the students community. So the thing is, you will get easier to like transmit your thoughts to the students rather than the hierarchy of the college. So just target for the student community and they will help. Like in every session there are 1 or 2 members who have helped us from the student community. So this is another session. We just keep on doing these sessions. There are more and more. We just did 2, 3 or 4 sessions every month. Another session. So this is the impact. At first the community, it was only 2 people when we found. Now what is happening is, people have actually started requesting us for this session. Like for this one, this was a requested session. This one, this was a begged session. This was a requested session. What they did was they also gifted us with these printings and everything. Now people have started supporting our community. This was the requested session. They requested themselves. This was a begged session. This was a begged session. So yeah, you will get the mix of things. But right now, what is happening is people are requesting for the sessions. So this was requesting, and the meetups that I mentioned. So how we find the people with a similar mindset? We do meetup. We do child meetup. Just tea and we talk anything about open source. This is another meetup. So these are really important if you are a new community. You have to do it. Okay, so any questions? Any questions about the session or anything you want to know? If any particular challenge in your locality, how to solve it, or anything? So you want to ask a question?
So, nice session, first of all, and I think you more or less covered what I wanted to ask about, but still, when it comes to, you have already mentioned about sustainability. So, the challenges we have faced building communities are like, we have a lot of communities here, and it's a big country with a lot of people. So, whenever we conduct any first session, there is a lot of people, a lot of students. So our challenge is not getting any people but retaining people.
Yeah.
And I see that Nepal or like any communities in GNOME are doing this very nicely. So it's always a good retirement rate, recurring contributors and things. So you already more or less covered what you're doing with this, but I would still like to ask, like, what specifically is GNOME Nepal, what the communities in Nepal are doing that like you have a constant stream of contributors and a recurring amount of people.
Okay, so the thing is, my session, it was more like this time to the students here in Bangalore, because the GNOME Nepal community, it was started after the GNOME Asia 2023. So it was the thing which created the ripple effect. So I wanted to bring something like that to here too. Like if I might just influence one person from every one of you, just one person, who would be willing to create something like GNOME India or GNOME Bengaluru or anything, or You folks might be here from Pune, Pune, or Chennai, anything like that. I just wanted to empower you, just influence you to do that. The thing is, and what is GNOME in Nepal is it is the first GNOME dedicated community in Nepal. Another challenge we had is GNOME. Nobody knows GNOME. They are using it, but nobody knows GNOME. You use GNOME? No. You use Ubuntu? Yeah. You use GNOME? No. You use Fedora? Yes, we use. This is the thing. Nobody knew about GNOME. Right now also people know us by just that footprint. they will just say, oh, they are the community with the footprint. So these things happen. These are more challenging, but you just need to keep on telling them what it is. You just need to retain them, make the community beginner friendly, and connect them with the actual foundation. The GNOME Foundation, what we did good was we actually communicated with the GNOME Foundation and we provided the value. Like we gave them the freedom. Like if anyone want to talk to the infrastructure team of the foundation itself, we let them. We don't say, oh, you came yesterday, oh, you are our brother, don't. But we let them do that. We let them talk to anyone. So this is the actual freedom that we are building, and this is helping us to retain the community. Like from the 184 members I showed, it has been some time since we opened GNOME Nepal, but as I counted, like I keep track of everything. Because the person who are leaving our community, it hurts me the most. So it was just like from out of 184 people, 5 people left our Discord platform till now. And even that, it hurts me. So we are working on it so that no one leaves our community after they join. So yeah, that is what we are doing for retaining, and that is what GNOME Nepal is. GNOME Nepal is all about open source, telling what is open source to the Nepali people and empowering them to represent the local contributors to the global platform. Like one example is, in last GNOME Asia Summit, there was only one Nepali speaker. Do you want to know the number of Nepali speakers in this summit? Any guess? 7. What a rise. From 1 to 7. Now, this is the actual influence we are doing. Okay, thank you. If you need to ask me for more questions, I will be here. You can search me in LinkedIn, Aditya Singh, and just write GNOME at last. So you will find me. And the next thing is we will be hosting GNOME Asia 2025 next time in Kathmandu. So if there are CFP and anything, just apply for the speakers and you will enjoy Kathmandu and enjoy the Ubuntu community. And we are going to have now Fedora release party, and we also have Ubuntu release party tomorrow, right? Yeah, Ubuntu release party tomorrow. So get updated. Just keep in check about it. Now we will start the Fedora release party. Thank you.
Some exciting content, and you'll hear from some of our speakers from across the community. But before that, let's have some food. We got a little bit of wraps. Please, just one per person if you want to grab some. There's veg and non-veg. But we've also got a bunch of Fedora swag and some of our other communities that we'll talk a little bit about during the release party. You can find a bunch of swag on the back table. So we'll take about 15 minutes. If you want to grab a bite to eat, get settled, and then we'll introduce some of our Fedora community and talk about what we've been up to for the last 6 months.
Okay.
Check. Check. Hello, check. 1, 2, 3, 3. Hello, check. Check. Hello, check. Manual portal. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. ಕೇಳ್ತಲ್ವಾ? Hello, check. Check. Hello. Hello, check. Check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. ಸಾಕಲ್ವಾ? ಅದೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಆನ್ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, mic test 1, 2, 3.
Hello, check.
ಬರ್ತಿದೆ.
I mean, if you can open it up on this laptop, we gotta get it on this presentation laptop.
Just you have the mouse there, so be careful where you are. Take for it, but not here.
Oh, I just want to
So if you have it here. But then
I'll just remove these windows when I'm ready to show the ones. Okay. I just want to get some stuff prepped.
Good.
Just a note, we'll get started in about 5 minutes. So start heading back to your seats soon. We'll get going in 5 minutes. All right, folks. I hope you had a chance to grab a bite to eat. If you want to go ahead and find your way to a seat, we're going to go ahead and get started with the Fedora release party. I'm going to ask all my Fedora friends to come on up to the front. Before we get into the content, we'll have Yona, Akashdeep, Sumantro, Amita. Who else do we have in here? Sudhir, and who else am I missing that's in the room? Come on up, don't be shy. Come on up here, yeah. You're gonna come up on the stage. Samyak, there you are. All right. So before we get into the content, I just wanted to do a quick intro of some of our folks that we have up here. So I'm gonna put you on the spot, and I'm gonna ask you to give us your name, the country that you come from, the languages that you speak, and how long you've been in the Fedora community. So 4 things. I just want to introduce these folks. These are the folks who do a lot of work in the Fedora community and some other projects as well. You'll hear from some of us today as we're talking about the community, but I want to put some names to faces. So we'll start from this side. Going to do you first, Amita. So name, where you're from, languages, how long you've been in the Fedora community.
My name is Amita Sharma, and now I am from Pune, India, but basically I'm born and brought up from in Ambala, which is in north part of India. I hope you know about it. In Fedora, I am for last 10 years, and with Red Hat, I am for last 14 years. And currently, I'm an engineering manager for Red Hat OpenShift AI. And in Fedora, I particularly contribute to DEI and also associated with the Fedora AI ML group. So that's all from my side. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Amita. I'm Sudhir Dharnendraya. So I've been, I'm local from here, but I also my native is about like 300 kilometers into the coffee lands. So the Chikmagalur, which is a coffee region for here in the entire India. So that's where I am from. So in Fedora, it's been, I think, 22 years, been using Fedora, a pretty long time in that sense. And I work for Red Hat, been 16 years close to since I'm in Red Hat, and I manage the core services part of the RHEL, so where my team manages over 1,000 components or the packages in RHEL. And before this, I was doing the Fedora QA for 10 years.
My name is Justin. I'm originally from the United States, speak English and मैं हिंदी बोलो हूँ a little bit. And I've been in Fedora for about 9 to 10 years, somewhere in that range. And I joined Red Hat in October 2022, so about 2 years. And you'll hear a little bit more from me in a little bit about Fedora in our community.
Thanks, Justin. I'm Akashdeep Dhar. I'm from Pune, India. My mother tongue is Bengali, so I hail from West Bengal. But my dad was in the defense, so we used to go from one place to another. I have been around Fedora for around 5 years at this point in time. I joined Fedora back when I was in the second year of my college. Wow, I feel a bit old now that I speak about it because it was a voluntary thing that I was doing to begin with. I was just a part of Fedora project as being a voluntary contributor, but soon enough I got the opportunity to start working with what was previously called the Community Platform Engineering team to work on Fedora infrastructure, and now that became my day job. So it's a good example of hobby converting into a job. So over to Yona.
Hi again, I'm Yona. I come from Tirana, Albania. I speak Albanian, obviously. English, a bit of Italian as well. I've been part of Fedora project for around 10 years now, and I've been part of the community as a contributor, so I don't work for Red Hat. And I started as a Fedora ambassador, creating the local community in Albania. And then I joined different teams. One that I'm quite involved is the Fedora DI team, that I also serve as a DI advisor to the council. And also you will see me around about mentorship topics and so on.
Hello, I am Samyak Jain and I am from India, from northern side of India, from Delhi. I am a Fedora Linux engineer, but as Akash said, so like there was so much light. That Akash said, I also started using first, and sorry for that. And I started with Debian, by the way, so that was my journey. I was contributing to Debian, and then you did GSOC in Debian, and then finally distro hopping, community hopping. I came to Fedora, and since then it's been, what, 4 or 5 years now, and I am working as a release engineer. I did 3 releases by myself, so I guess like I can do something in my life. So that's me, and I'll pass it over to Sumantro.
Hello guys, I'm Shumantro. I come from Calcutta, India. I was originally hired by Sudhir as an intern in Red Hat to do Fedora QA, and I still do Fedora QA. I lead most of the process around test days, which I'll be talking in a bit. Other than that, I look at accessibility stuff. I served the council for some time, and back in the day I was making decisions on how Fedora would lead releases, and then what would be the technical understanding of the community side of things. I do mentoring, so if any of you are interested in contributing back to Fedora, hit me up after this event, and I would be able to get you started with contributions.
Great. Thank you, folks. You can grab a seat again. Thanks to our Fedora team. So if you see them around, some of you already heard from them this morning. Some of them have sessions throughout the rest of the event, so keep an eye out for some of these friendly faces. So we're going to start off with, let me change my screen here. First, some quick shout outs actually before I get into the Fedora details. You may have seen the flyers in the back for DevConf India. That's going to be in Pune on February 28th to March 1st. You'll see a lot of open source Linux topics there. So if you are in Pune or able to swing into there at the end of February, it's going to be the first time we're bringing this event back after quite a few years. So we hope that I'll see, I don't know if I'll be there, but you'll see a lot of our familiar faces here who are there in Pune. So I just want to give that a little highlight. But we're here to talk a little bit about this Fedora Linux thing. So by a quick show of hands, how many people know about Fedora Linux or know about Fedora Linux? And keep your hands up if you use Fedora Linux. Okay, that's a pretty good group. And how many people know about CentOS? Okay, that's a lot of hands actually. And how about RHEL? How many people know what RHEL is? That's pretty much the entire room. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about what exactly Fedora Linux is, how it fits into the grand picture of things. But first, I want to talk a little bit about our project and our community. So Fedora, I'm just going to read our kind of overview because this is how we talk about our project. Fedora is a community of people working together to build a free and open source software platform and to collaborate on and share user-focused solutions built on that platform. Or, in plain English, we make an operating system and we make it easy for you to do useful stuff with it. So we build an operating system, and if you know anything about Fedora, we do releases every 6 months. A whole operating system major release every 6 months. So in Fedora, we tend to move pretty quickly. We're always trying to focus on being on the cutting edge of innovation with what's happening in the open source Linux space and try to be on the leading edge of some of these new features that ultimately come down and make their way into many other communities. Because you may have noticed on that swag table we had back there, of course there was a lot of Fedora stickers, but there was a lot of stickers from other projects and communities as well. So just to give a sense, there's a lot of things that we do in Fedora, and I'll show you a little chart here in a minute. But I think if there's anything that you should take away about what Fedora is all about, we really have these 4 values that are very important to our project and our community. And if you talk to someone who's involved in Fedora, it's almost guaranteed they're going to know about these and be able to tell you something about what these things mean to them. But those 4 values are what we call our 4 foundations: freedom, friends, features, first. And to give you the TLDR here, freedom, everything that we release as a project, as Fedora Linux, is free and open source software.
with only one exception for wireless drivers that you probably want so you can connect to your Wi-Fi network. Other than that one thing, everything else that we put in Fedora is exclusively free and open source software. You will not find proprietary software in Fedora. That's what we've been doing for the last 20 years. Friends, you just heard from all these people who are up on the stage. Fedora is a community of people. We're a community of people from all over the planet who have been doing this kind of stuff for over 20 years. Some folks that are just coming into the fold, some folks like you saw Sudhir, who's been there from almost the beginning. We have a wide range of folks that have been involved in our project. And we enjoy doing what we do with each other. And that's a really important foundation for why we do what we do. But thinking more about the Linux and features side, you may know of these things like GNOME 3, which back in the day was a little controversial, took a little while for adoption, but Fedora was one of the first distributions that actually pushed GNOME 3 forward and released it as the default operating system. Other things like Systemd, and there's like a handful of other things in the mix there that don't come to my head right away, but the point here being features, we really try to enable these exciting, innovative features that are coming their way into the Linux space. And we try to do a good job with it, because I know folks probably know about Arch Linux, and you'll notice that a lot of times I'll say Fedora tries to be on the leading edge, not the bleeding edge, because we do have a quality assurance process. You'll hear a little bit more about that in a bit. So we do some testing. We do a lot of testing, actually. And we care about having excellent software. And first, we try to be on the cutting edge of innovation in the Linux space. We try to be one of the distributions that pushes things forward and not just ships code over the fence, but really tries to integrate things and make it really work and kind of help lead the way for the future of what the wider source Linux ecosystem looks like. So that's kind of the TLDR. I mean, there's a lot I could talk to you about what is Fedora, but I feel like the 4 foundations that we have are really important. Now, I mentioned that we have a lot of things that we do in Fedora, and we have this little thing that we call our organization chart, or org chart, which is kind of a map of all different things you could possibly do in Fedora. And actually, there's things that are missing from here, believe it or not. But you can kind of think on the right side of this chart here, you've got kind of the non-engineering type of tasks. Like you probably saw, I noticed that all the open source design stickers and Inkscape stickers were gone in the back. We have folks who do design work and do graphic design and do our wallpapers and do UI and UX. We have a marketing team. We have people who do technical writing. We have a community operations team. We have various community platforms. We have mentored projects. We have localization. We have a websites and apps team. There's a lot of things that we do that are kind of in the, well, some things that you kind of see like websites and apps, a little bit of engineering, but it's not necessarily like distribution release engineering, which is what you find on the left side of this chart. These things that is really a unique kind of software engineering type of work, this release engineering work. If you were in the room for Samyak and Akashdeep's talk, they talked a lot about what exactly that work looks like, because you won't find that in a lot of software engineering communities. But it's a really important part of what we do to build an integrated operating system every 6 months. So this is just to give you an idea. It's a little overwhelming, but this is just to give you a picture, a literal picture of what are all these things that we do as a project and a community. But one thing I want to talk about is, we do a lot of these things in Fedora, but Fedora's impact actually goes really wide here. So how many people, by show of hands, know what EPEL is? So just a few, actually, not so many. So if you got one of these sticker sheets, you see there's this EPEL sticker that's there, as well as a CentOS and a RHEL sticker, or Red Hat sticker as well. So Fedora is the upstream of many, many, many other distributions. So of course, probably the most well-known example is RHEL, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, which is one of Red Hat's biggest commercial products, is ultimately derived from Fedora. Like every 3 years, you get a new major version of RHEL, and that actually comes from what we build and release in Fedora. There is CentOS Stream, which kind of sits in the middle of that. That's kind of, you can think of the next release of RHEL is what CentOS Stream is. Apple is extra packages for enterprise Linux. So if you're using any of these other distributions like CentOS or RHEL, but there's also Alma Linux, Rocky Linux, and even Oracle Linux, believe it or not. You can use Apple to get some of these community built packages that, like if you're using an enterprise Linux distro, these things aren't always going to be in your distro because whoever's providing that to you with commercial support is testing and integrating all those packages, but maybe you don't have that one thing, that one developer tool you really love that's in the distro. Well, that's where Apple comes in. It's a repository of packages that are built from Fedora sources for enterprise Linux. And it's a really big part of actually the Fedora community, which actually in download numbers, there's even more people using Apple repositories than even the Fedora Linux repositories. But there's also a lot more distributions that are pulling from Apple, not just Fedora. Related to that, we do have this Fedora podcast, and this episode actually came out 2 days ago. So if you want to know a little bit more about that, you can check out the Fedora YouTube and look at our latest episode of the Fedora podcast, which talks about Apple specifically. Again, just to give you an idea here, actually some other people that use our work, Lenovo is one of the hardware vendors that actually ships Fedora Linux out of the box. You can buy a Lenovo laptop with Fedora Linux already pre-installed. Microsoft does quite a bit of stuff in Azure with Fedora Linux. They have this thing called Flatcar Linux, and they pull a lot of their package sources from Fedora. Meta, believe it or not, they build their own version of CentOS Stream that basically powers all of their infrastructure. And now, of course, there's a bunch of smart engineers, huge engineering teams at Meta, so they can build an operating system. But instead of doing it from scratch, they pull from CentOS Stream, which is derived from Fedora. So anytime you use Facebook or Instagram or like any of these things, you're actually using, in a sense, things that are actually coming from Fedora Linux, because there are millions of servers that Meta is running that are built off of their custom CentOS Stream image that they build. There's a few others in here as well, but these are some of the more exciting ones, I think, to mention. And just to give you an idea of our sponsors, this is the page from our annual contributor conference, Flock, which happened just a few months ago. But that's really just want to give you this little preview, because you're going to hear about some more specific topics about this last release and some of the things that we're doing in our community from our other speakers. So that's enough from me. I want to go ahead and invite our next speaker up to the main stage. And this is something that's kind of exciting. This topic, you'll hear from Mimita about something called Instructlab. How many folks know or have heard of Instructlab? 2 hands. How many people know of AI/ML? Does anyone know what that acronym means? Really? You've never heard of AI? Okay. So you're going to hear a little bit actually about how this exciting project that we have in the Red Hat space worked with Fedora, but I won't take it away from Amita, so I'll pass the mic to you, and I'll pull your slides up here.
Hi everyone. So how many of you have used ChatGPT?
What's that?
Come on, raise your hands. I think it's everyone, right? So we are using AI/ML in our day-to-day lives, right? In a way, maybe in some ways that we don't even know, right? So here we're gonna talk about Instructlab on Fedora. I'll tell you about very, very nitty-gritty things and on a very, very high level so that you can understand these things, okay? We'll go put the meaning to the words. I'll tell you what is the iLab, what process it follows, and then I'll show you a small demo as well. So what is AI/ML? Artificial intelligence. For example, when machine starts to behave like a human being, that is artificial intelligence. So the applications, for example, the ChatGPT or Hey Siri, I hope I didn't activate any of the Siris. So all of these applications, small applications which behave like humans, they are artificial intelligent applications. And what is machine learning? When we try to make machine learn how to behave like human by giving them data points is machine learning. For example, how a child learn a language, they listen to a lot of things, right? They gather those data points in their mind, and that is how they learn the language, and that is how those tokens actually they gather, mama, papa, what should be the next word, right? So exactly that is how the LLM models, the large language models in ML space, machine learning space, they learn from these data points, and that is how they are the subset of the artificial intelligence space. I hope it is making sense so far. These are some of the terms which I'm gonna use to present my demo, so I think it will make sense if I'll tell you what are these. As I said, LLM is the large language models. These are the machine learning models which are behind of all the chat assistant you see, chat GPT or any chat bot. If you are using, they are using LLMs because they are producing a language which is human understandable, not just English, but there are now models like Granite 3. It supports many other languages like Chinese or German, all those languages. So if you can ask a question in your language to a application like English or Hindi or any language, then it means it is an artificial intelligence enabled chatbot, and it is using LLM behind it. Model training. So as I said, large language models. So this model term is behind every AI/ML. So they use the models like a brain. Okay, so they can be neural network models. They can be fast forward neural network models. So behind chat GPT also there is a model working which has the neural network which tells the data point flow. Like if their first token is hello, what should be the next token? That will be decided by the link of the next next dot of the data point in the network. So that is how we represent the models. More the layers in the neural network, better the performance is. So when we say 70B, so it means it has the 17 billion parameters and the model is large. Now even we have 7 or 4 billion parameter models. So the accuracy rate is higher as the number of these parameters grow higher. Synthetic data generation. So we feed the data. We humans can feed limited data to these models to teach them. Okay, but these models need a lot of data, tons of data, in order to behave or in order to generate the output correctly or accurately. For that, we need to generate the synthetic data as well. For example, you can input 5 question and answer set, and then you can feed it to the model. Model will generate thousands of such examples and feed it to the model to train it. I'll give you a very, very high level layman term example. For example, you feed a picture of dog and you label it as a dog. Now, a model will not just feed a single picture of dog. What it will do, it will blur the picture, it will still label it as a dog. It will tilt the head of the dog, it will still label it as a dog. It will push the picture like 1,000 miles away and it will still label it as a dog. So 100 variation of that picture and still labeled as dog, so that if somebody or some other person asks, feed a picture of dog in some other manner, it can generate a prediction accurately. So that is synthetic data which has been generated by the model itself. Now quantized model, because the models are of very, very high data points and they are very heavy. Okay, so in order to download them, in order to serve them, or in order to inference them, we need to quantize them, compress them. You can say that compressing in a very layman term. Then model has hallucination. When model is not able to generate the accurate data, but it try to show you an output and pretends it's the right answer to your question, then it means it is hallucinating. Okay. Taxonomy. Taxonomy is a way to represent the data. It's all about data. Okay, AI/ML is all about data, and taxonomy is the way to represent your data in a hierarchical structure, domain-wise and the classification-wise. That is how the iLab takes the data in the taxonomy form. Last but not the least, the iLab. So we'll go ahead with it. Everybody wants to learn AI ML in today's era, and I think this is the simplest way you can start with it. Why you should do it? First, it is easy, the simplest way. Second, you don't need to know a lot of things about it. The third, it's lightweight. It doesn't need a lot of compute or infra to be downloaded or need to be, when you need to train it or inference it, you don't need tons of infra or nodes or compute power resources. Okay, so these are the main, and it is open source. Anybody can use it freely. So I'll definitely recommend that you go ahead and try it at least once. This is a very high level process which iLab follows. So I'll show you the demo in the CLI, but thankfully there is a GUI is also available now of iLab. So you definitely should go to that site of I'll show you, and you can feed the examples and skills and knowledge set to train the existing models over there. So what it does, you download a model, you try to chat with it. If it is not answering your question correctly, you can build that data in the form of skill and knowledge, and you can feed that to the model which you want to train. So you can train that model yourself with the skill you want to add it, and then you can ask questions to that model again to see if your training is going in the right direction or not. So you can do model serving, model inferencing, model training, and you can also generate the synthetic data using the iLab process. So this is the entire process which the Instructlab follows. So this is the example, this is how easy it is, that minimum set of 5 question and answers you need to feed, and it takes that taxonomy file in the YML file format. You just type it and feed it to the model in Instructlab, and your model will be trained on that data. Okay, so I'll show you the demo. I spent a lot of time in creating that demo, and if you have any questions, please can I play it? हाँ, ये इस पे भी लिंक है। So you need to first set up the environment. I tried it on Fedora 41, and you need to install all the iLab Instructlab files. The thing is that with Fedora 41 or any of the Fedora operating system, it actually uses GPUs, CPUs. It doesn't pick up the GPU, and that is why the process is little slow. And if you have a good laptop with like 16 GPUs, it works really good. Below that, you can do serving and inferencing without any problem. Even the synthetic data I was able to produce using my own laptop, it doesn't have 16, it has 8 CPUs. But the training part, it takes like more than 2 days or 3 days to train even for like, what did I generate? 1,000 rows. So for that minimum value of data also, it takes a lot of time. So that is why for the training bit part, you might need a little bit of higher end laptop, but for inferencing and serving, you can still do it using your own laptop, any of the laptop. So this is what I did. I did the serving and inferencing using my own laptop, but for training, I grabbed my husband's laptop because it is of higher capabilities. So here I downloaded a model. This is the smallest one, the Merlite 7 billion parameter model, and it downloads the GGUF file. You can serve it, and in one terminal I served it, and on another terminal I tried inferencing with it, like chatting with the model is like inferencing. So I did that. You can see that it is responding to me in this way. So you can see that it's giving me output. So no matter what, it gives you the output. For example, you ask the children a question, they will not say that I don't know. They'll give you a random answer, right? So the models also do that. They give you any random answer even if it is incorrect. So that is model hallucination. Okay, so we try to make it correct. This is the example taxonomy file which I have generated. It has 5 test cases which I have inputted, then feed it to the model, Merlite model, which I downloaded. So this generated the SDG data. As I told you, you just need to do 5 examples and then you give a command -1000, 10,000, whatever, and you can generate that much lengthy synthetic data. And then you feed that generator. So you can see my husband's name now. This is his laptop. So we need to take a laptop with a better compute node, with better GPUs, so CPUs and capacity. And there, these are the files, the synthetic data files which got generated. And then here we try to train the model. Here you can see a lot of jargons, like AIML jargon, tokens, safe, tensor, and whatnot. So this is the model before the training. If you ask the question, it will not be able to answer the question which I'm going to train it with. It definitely is not. And after training, it's giving the right answer. And this was the file which we fed to the model. And now you can compare the answer before training and after training. It has a difference, clearly. It's no more hallucinating. So you see how easy it is. With just couple of few commands, you can train your own model. You see, you can tell people, okay, I trained a model. It's a big stuff, right? And it is so simple. And if you don't want to use the CLI, don't worry. There is a graphical user interface as well, which iLab has just launched. Where is Samyak? I need to go. I could show the, I don't know, the presentation. So I pasted the link to the website, which you can access, and you can try to build the skill and knowledge. So I'll tell you why we are using it in the open source way or the community way. You know what, when one of the model, I'm forgetting the name, was launched in Hugging Face, there was 6,000 forks of that model. And everybody, it means the 6,000 different people were training it with the different data sets and with the different skills and knowledge. So it means model is not enhancing and that knowledge base is not accumulative. With the open source community strategy, we can feed those 6,000 different skills and data with to a single model, to your foundation model, and it is building up its knowledge with and gaining the knowledge in all those domains and areas. So how powerful it will be, right? So this is the GUI of Instructlab. You can definitely search it and try to add the skill and knowledge to it. You can inference also it by chatting to the model. There is a drop down and you can select which model you want to select. So that's it for me, but we have more people to speak about other things on Fedora. If you have any questions, please, you can ask me. Yeah, please go ahead.
So for the training side of things, does the package that's in Fedora that supports GPU as well?
No, it doesn't. So what is happening is, what we are doing is, we are bringing up Podman to support iLab, which will make things very easier, and it will not need that, like, it will not take at least 2-3 days to train a small simple model with a smaller data set. Any other questions? Yeah.
For Instructlab as of now?
I think, I don't remember, 6 months or 3 months? No, it's faster than Roy. It's much faster than Roy, I think. 3 weeks, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, because Roy it's 1 month and Relay it's like 3 weeks or something.
And when do we have the community meetings for Instructlab?
That you need to go to the page and you can check it. But I'm definitely sure who must be doing.
Because anyone wants to contribute to that?
Yeah. So if you want to even contribute in the development of iLab, you can go to their site. iLab site is there, website is there, and you can start contributing to that particular development area. And also, you can join that community, their meetings. You can ask them how you can contribute. It's as simple as that, starting contributing the skills in the existing model in a YML file format. Okay? Any more questions? Okay, thank you so much, everybody. Next, I would like to call upon Sumantro or Yona. Yona is not there.
Do we have Sumantro?
Okay, so until Sumantro comes, I can speak a bit about the Fedora DIT. So in Fedora, it's been how many years? I mean, around 10 years, I think that, or 8 years that we have, yeah. So it's like almost 8 years that we have started with the Fedora DI team. So diversity, equity, and inclusion. And why we thought, it's good to have this team is to help the project, the community, to have an environment that is welcoming and empowers people to contribute. And here are some group photos that we have done from either like when we're at our annual conference or some Hackfest. So some of the main things that we have organized when it comes, because especially events is one of the things that we try to do quite a lot. Fedora Appreciation Week. This was actually the second one we did. We organize it usually every 5 years because it takes a lot of time. And we had it last year. And the idea of the Fedora Appreciation Week is giving a space to our community to say thank you to each other, to appreciate the work that everyone is doing. And you can do that in different ways, either by writing a contributor story, so sharing some story that when someone in your community was like a good mentor for you, helped you to guide you through the project, and so on. Another way, it's actually sharing some images from different events that you have done with your friends in the community, to kind of have an archive, basically, with nice moments we have from the community. We had we shared different stories, so how people started in the community, to inspire also others, how you can grow, what things you can do in the community, and so on. And also people could post on social media saying thank you to each other and so on. They could give also kudos on different channels we have. So it's like, it doesn't matter sometimes the way. It's important just to say sometimes thank you, because especially when working from different environments, mostly from the computer, it's not that we see each other very often. So acknowledging, appreciating the work that everyone is doing is quite important. Then another one is Fedora Week of Diversity. The last one, it happened this year. And this is an event that we do online. And actually so what we try also to combine is not just the event part, but also to do other things before the event. So for example, what we did, we created one video where different people from the community, they were sharing where they are from, what languages they speak, and so on, which parts of the project they contribute, to also show a bit how diverse the community it is. And also, we had different interviews that were shared during this week. So again, how people started, who was their mentor, or who is someone in the community that inspired them. And the virtual event, that it was one-day event. We had like different sessions, panel discussions, different speakers that joined. So we had, I think, around 35 people that attended, and actually it was the first event also that we did on Matrix, fully relying on open source. Another one. So we have the Fedora Mentor Summit. Not sure if you were in the morning where I had the session, but basically Fedora Mentor Summit, we wanted to provide a space for people, for mentors, either like mentors that are already in the community or people that, you know, they want to be mentors, a space that they could exchange their experiences with each other, what works best for them, and so on. This year was the third one that we were doing in a row, and that one we try to have it engaging. So we don't try to have a lot of talks. Mostly we focus on either panel discussions or workshop styles to make it more engaging for people. So for example, the session we had this year, it was like focus a bit more on getting feedback, improving communication between mentor and mentees, and so on. So these are the three main events that we have done through the years as a team. But what's next? So since, as I was mentioning, you know, we do a lot of events, we want to also improve other parts of the project. So we are trying to identify some strategies that we can better support local communities, which was also one of the reasons actually why I wanted to join this conference, because I wanted to better connect with the local community here to see how we can better support. And the idea is also not only, you know, to have local communities around, but how to make them feel part of the global community, you know, because in the end we are all one. So how we can all better work together and collaborate on this. So if you have any ideas, I will be around. I would be more than happy to listen. So then we can incorporate these ideas basically next year. And that's it from me. Sumantra, now it's your turn. Thank you.
I'd let this slide be. I don't have a slide. So I'm going to talk about some things that happened in 41, after 41, and then what are we going at with 42. So starting off, as it was told, like I am somebody who works on the quality bits of Fedora. So two things that happens in Fedora that we do is we try to maintain the quality, and we also try to look at the tooling so that when contributors like come to Fedora project, they get a more, let's say, smooth experience than whatever we used to be. Looking at from that perspective, we are changing something called the entire dist git of Fedora. So moving away from something that we have been using for a long time called Pagure to something called 4JO. If you know 4JO already, then you know what it is. If not, then you will see a Fedora magazine post sooner or later stating the change. That is one of the biggest change we are going to have. This is also going to deprecate Bugzilla. So most of you who know that Red Hat used to track, or Fedora still tracks a lot of its bugs in Bugzilla. We are going to move away from that workflow, and we're going to integrate all of these things inside 4JO itself, right? So it is going to be not two tools. It's going to be one single place where you would see your packages, your bugs, and the issues you can file directly on the package itself. It would give you much like a Git workflow like you basically do for your projects these days. So it's going to go that route. That's one of the biggest change. Moving on, we have the accessibility. Fedora is very focused on getting the accessibility bits running as fast as possible, which means we want to have all the default app coverages. I mean, whatever ships default with GNOME, to have all the accessibility parameters enabled. We have a few people who have formed the accessibility SIG in Fedora. It's a special interest group. So if you are somebody who is willing to test accessibility features, we would be doing a lot of test days. There has been one test day which is conducted and was good. So we would be doing more test days. And the intention behind that is to have all the applications that are default shipped in GNOME to have accessibility coverage. That's the second biggest thing. Third, I maintain something called Toolbox. If you know what a toolbox is and if you have used it, then it is going to get some updates specifically in terms of AI ML capabilities. So there is a project called Project OLAMA. If you know about it, you know about it. So this is basically going to get integrated into Toolbox, which is going to give you a direct CLI to basically start start a RAG application from your own CLI. You don't have to use something like a ChatGPT or something more complicated like a Podman Desktop. Podman Desktop is still the GUI favorite for a lot of people to use it as a chat application backed by LLM. But we would try to get more CLI bit so that you can actually there are places like servers where you cannot really use GUI so much, or you don't want to. So in that case, Toolbox would integrate natively with Olama, and then you guys can have that experience going on. And about test days, we are going to have a lot of test days this cycle because, as you know, most of you know RHEL, right? So RHEL 10 is going to branch out from Fedora 43, which means you're going to have a lot of these changes show up in 42 and 43. So whenever if you guys are interested in testing out something, if you are like looking out for a job, or if you're like somebody who is a student right now and you want to put something on your resume, which is like, I tested a feature which is going to RHEL next release. These are the two releases where you would like to participate in as much test days as you can. That would give you more experience with what's coming your way. And if you're already a RHEL dev who is using RHEL for day-to-day activities, or even CentOS for day-to-day activities, this cycle is going to be where you announce everything. One of the most favorite topics of all time is coming to Fedora. How many of you have heard this thing called Windows Subsystem Linux, or in short WSL? So Fedora is going to have a WSL soon, which means this release. And this is because RHEL is going to have a WSL coming forward with RHEL 10. So if you are somebody who has been using Windows for a long period of time, and you have like very dedicated workflows there, and you still missed Fedora's usage, you still could do it with a lot of hacks, but this time it's going to be one single command, which I think WSL-D and then the image name, and that should give you Fedora in one go. And that would be the implementation details. Yeah. So that's a nutshell what's going to come up. If you have questions, if you have anything that you want help with or you want to talk about, I'm here for today and tomorrow and then probably till 10th. You guys can always hit me up over Telegram or any of the Fedora chat channels, and I would love to answer your questions. With that said, I'll roll this mic over to Justin.
And folks, that's actually at the end of the Fedora release party. So you got a little bit of a gist of what Fedora is all about. You heard of some of the exciting news of things that we've been working on in this last release and a little bit of what's to come. You heard a little bit about cool things that you can do and build on with Fedora. And I hope you got a chance to get some cool swag that we had in the back. So with that, we're going to go ahead and wrap up here. Topics to watch out for in about an hour-ish or so. I'll be here in this room to do a workshop on how you build an operating system and actually unpacking how Fedora does it, but also being very interactive. You're all going to have a chance to participate in this as well. So if you want to go a little deeper on how Linux operating systems get built and get a little hands-on with it, come back here in an hour. We'll also have a presentation tomorrow from myself and Nikita Tripathi, who's not here today. She's in the office. But she and I will be talking about the Fedora Mentored Projects program and about internship experiences and mentoring, looking at the mentor and the mentee experience from our own experiences in Fedora. And I think, do we have any other, Samek, do we have any other Fedora topics on the schedule, or is it just those last two that are left? Yeah, I might be forgetting one. I feel like I might be, but I know those two are, so come back here in an hour. Oh, Sumantra's going to be talking about Toolbox. So you heard a little snippet of that from him when he was up here. If you want to go a little deeper on that from the developer tools send, catch his talk. I think it's Saturday, if I remember right. But it's in the schedule. Thanks, folks, for joining us and being here for the party. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of GNOME Asia. Thanks so much. Also, one quick housekeeping announcement. We are going to have a group photo at the end of today, after the end of the last session. So just a heads up that we'll have the conference group photo at the end of, after our last session in this room today. That's all.
Alas, there were just many moving balls in the air. So we have concluded the Fedora release party. So we have concluded the Fedora release party, and we are going with the normal flow of the sessions. So there will be a parallel session again in track 1 and track 2. The session for track 1 is from Shailesh Singh. It is about contributing and empowering contributors, journey of a GNOME instructor. And in track 2, it will be about global histogram enhancement by others, GM and the team. So we are starting the session right now, 1:10.
Hello everyone, it's me Shailesh Singh, and I would be giving talk on contributing and empowering contributors, a journey of GNOME instructor. And I am from Nepal, and I am GNOME instructor from the Nepal. So myself Shailesh Singh, and I am the Nepal core maintainer of GNOME and developer and system network administrator and founder of NetBrain Lab, which support the new idea and innovations. And these are my skills, like PHP, JS, Python, Julia, HCL, and over 5+ years of experience in the IT sectors. And I recently got volunteer in GNOME Asia, first initially, then as an instructor in GNOME Nepal, and today as a speaker in this session. So for today, these are the presentation agendas that we're gonna cover. So let's get dive into it. So introduction. So my journey with the GNOME and FLUS. So most of us, you are actually aware of these terms. What is FOSS, what is FLUS? So FLUS means free libre open source software, or some of the say FOSS, that is free open source software. So back then, 7 years ago, I used to be Windows user, and then I shifted to the Linux. And first step to the GNOME contribution was in 2023. Then I become a GNOME instructor, and my vision is to encourage new peoples, new young generations to contribute and thrive in the FLUS. So what is the misconceptions that we are perceiving? So I want to break the myth, some of the myth. First misconception is that open source is only terminal based. So you can see that I have used WSL and just used NeoFace to demonstrate that it is CLI mode. So most of us think that is only terminal based. Then actually in reality it's more like Windows, and it is only with the help of the GNOME. GNOME is like UI UX that gives you hand-on experience like Windows and more power with customizations. And the FLUS contribution go beyond coding their room. So most of the people think that coding is everything to contribute in the IT sector, but most of the contribution goes by contributing non-technically. So what is my contribution? So my contribution is fostering contribution GNOME Nepal. Actually, in the GNOME, after joining the GNOME, I developed a course, Linux system and administration from beginner to advanced, to teach everyone. It is 200 hour of lecture course with 100 hour of labs. Conducted workshop, mentoring session and cloning event. Increased active contributors in the GNOME Nepal section, GNOME Nepal Foundation. Promoted best practice for newcomers and engaging GNOME projects. So contributing pathway. So this is the pathway that I followed, and how you can do. So there are two types of contributions. You can do technical contributions and non-technical contribution. So first I started with the non-technical contributions. So both are accountable and both are responsible for success of any project. So documentation, translation, and the community engagement is the non-technical contribution, whereas technical holds the coding, bug fixing, and testing. You all of knows that. Now tool and resource that beginners or contributors who want to contribute, they should know is tools. Everyone knows Git, GitHub, GNOME Builder, and issue trackers. And the resource about the GNOME you can find is GNOME Wiki, IRC Matrix channels, mentorship program, and communities. You can join GNOME Nepal community, FLUS event, and online forum, and many other open source community where you can get the skills. So success story from GNOME. What are the success stories? So we did lots of skills developing program, newcomers, cloning session like practical exercise, hand-on lab, distributed a lot of vouchers, yes, to do practices. And as a result, we are growing day by day, as mentioned by our previous speaker. So what are the best practice for contributors? So those who want to contribute, and I want to advise a new contributor that pick a small project, just contribute what you have confident on, either spelling, either document, anything, just contribute it. And day by day you get used to it, you would be contributing technically and non-technically. Use the available tool effectively. Don't shift your tool that it is easy. Okay, I will use this, I will use that. Masters any one tool, then shift to another tool. Engage the community for support. And next one is stay consistent and steps open to the learning. So the most best practice is to stay consistent. Keep on learning each day, at least 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and open to learning. Don't think that you are better than everyone, okay? So encouraging fast adoption. So why does it matters a lot? What does matter FLUS a lot? Because you already have known about this, but actually I will explain more. So stability and reliability. So if one person is making the software, there are chances of multiple vulnerability loops. If multiple people are patching, then they are stable and more reliable than any others. Enhance security and against cyber threats. Freedom to customize and innovate. As we mentioned earlier, that we can innovate, customize our system according to our will, if we are given the power. And it is community driven and transparent. Everything we can do, everything we can see, and everything we can do. Opportunity within the GNOME. So what are the opportunities in the GNOME? So GNOME is actually a niche market of the Linux. So most of the people not aware of what GNOME is, how does it works, but actually they are using it. So mentorship program for rookies, advanced project for experienced developer who are literally experienced, they can do advanced project, and recognition and networking opportunity at FLOSS events. So call to action. What are the call to action? How can we do our actions? So join us in empowering open source. Get involved with GNOME and FLOSS. Attend community event like this and workshop. Start contributing today. And a small effort counts. And these are our community handles that you can join. You can scan, you can join this is our Discord, LinkedIn, Instagram, and GitHub handle. And you can contribute too. And it is easier. If anybody likes, then they can scan our handle. And thank you so much. And if you guys have any questions related to GNOME, GNU, and related to Linux and server administration, you can ping me in my LinkedIn account. Anything. And guys, that's it. Thank you so much. Yes, if anybody wants to ask anything. Okay, no questions? So, okay, good.
So this concludes this session from Shailesh Singh, and we are still having a parallel session in track 2. The information is it hasn't started yet, so if you want to join track 2, you can join there. Otherwise you will have some break, because a little bit time is remaining from Shailesh track. Thank you.
To that address. Can you read that one in the top right? Or actually, you can email it to that. That's on his laptop, and then you should be able to pull it right up. Yeah, no, I think that's fine. I'm actually the one right after you, so. Which, for me, not a bad thing, actually. Because sometimes mine runs a little long. And a little bit of flex isn't a bad thing. But either way, I think that should be fine. Send over that address and pop right up into one box. I'll be right back in here.
just go there and ask for No, no, you can do one thing. It is free. You can just ask. Just for this, if there is anything like a venue near to you. So, you could try. Yeah, you can once we can just record it. I don't know, like anywhere around it, but just ask closer to here, where you can host a Bagmani collection. Yeah, yeah. Bagmani where you can host a Bagmani. But you said you have mastered the Chinese one. Chinese? Yeah, I actually Chinese. But you still almost English day I saw that. Still AI was the number one.
Now I have to
Oh, so this is only okay. This is all
I don't think 60 people will also go. 45 hours, only 45 minutes.
45 minutes?
Yeah, 45 hours. What are you going at the party?
Okay,
We are not doing
it's
that
like
stuff.
1 to 2 hours?
Maximum 1 hour. Max to max.
Yeah, just just one floor. Animation, just one floor of animation. I don't think there will be that much people. One floor would be like 30 to 40 people. If it's that, then we have. Okay. 140 people, otherwise it will get further steps.
How many people do you think?
40 people? 20 to 40, yeah. Just
Assume maximum idea.
assume 40 to 50 people. If you book one floor, then you get cameraman.
We don't need any cameraman.
So you said you were listening to Blackpink.
We don't need to post it anywhere. It's just we take pictures in our own.
I mean, I've seen it.
Yeah,
As in expected as in posted. I know base pack.
so any simple restaurant nearby, just go nearby place. We can have 40 people is the maximum. I don't think more than. But let's Right. Let's also explore ourselves and you can yeah. Yeah, like talk to him, but as well go with us.
Okay, I think I will be starting the Hello. So, we guess we are ready for the next session. Suraj, do you want us to call some people from that track too if they don't know about the session going on here? Do you want us to let know people in that track too that the session is being done here?
It's fine. Anything works.
Okay. So let me just announce. So we are going for the next session, which is from Suraj Kumar Mato about push notification architecture for GNOME, mobile and PUS, and the parallel session that is display engine, hardware-based adaptive sharpness filter by others, GM, and the team might get a bit delayed because another session is going on in the track 2. So, yeah, Suraj.
Yeah. Hey everyone, I am Suraj. So I will be talking about something related to push notifications, unified push, and some kind of work which has been going on around in the FOSH project. Yeah. So FOSH, I mean, we have a talk specifically about FOSH tomorrow by Arun and Gautam, but overall FOSH is a project related to phone shell on top of Linux on mobile, Linux targeted for small handheld devices. FOSH is like one shell on top of like shell you can use that provides you good user experience. One part of user experience would be push notifications. So yeah, and FOSH heavily relies on GTK and G object system, which is quite closely related to GNOME. This is why I'm referring to this as GNOME Mobile. Yeah, let's talk about push notifications. So what happens when you get notifications from applications? There is a constant polling going on between the application server and your end user application. So you don't want a case where every application is sending you notifications individually. Let's say you have 4 applications, example, your cab app, your food delivery app, and why don't we want such a case where every like each application is sending you notifications individually? I'll tell you why. So we don't want polling, because the resources for handheld devices are quite low. We want battery optimization, and the update should be real time. So yeah. So without polling, we would be we require push notifications happen through some central means, which would be having a push notification system which would facilitate the same. Like we don't want each application's developers to work upon push notifications separately. We just want to give them a standard set of rules or APIs by through which the specific operating system or the phone shell would manage notifications from that side. So as of now, I mean, majority of us use Android systems or Apples, and they have these centralized services which have a lot of proprietary, proprietary components which people would want to avoid. You want better battery optimization. Like as of now, if I tell you about the status quo of mobile on Linux, the battery optimization still isn't very pleasant compared to what like Android and Apple. Yeah, and in case of proprietary systems, I don't have the flexibility to choose which notification system I want. Let's say in case of mobile Linux, I do have a lot of options like NT5, GoTFi, etc. But in case of proprietary systems, let's say Apple push notifications, I can't choose, I can't optimize or customize anything related to push notifications, and I may be pushed some, like there can be dark patterns inside push notifications that corporations may enable, and I don't want specifically that, especially when I'm using something on the FOSS lines. And so what is unified push? It's an open set of standards and decentralized protocol which helps you, create projects, gives you APIs and manage push notifications for your devices. It's privacy first. It follows a basic pattern of there is a push server, distributor is which lies in your phone. In case of proprietary systems, which you can correlate to is, let's say you have Play Store, which acts as a distributor for your Android phone, and App Store for Apple's that works as a distributor. And there's a client app. So the interactions are done via dbus in case of Linux system, which may vary depending upon your operating system using. For example, Android, they may use some kind of IPC. There are some advantages which I would prefer on top of existing systems, which is the design is privacy first. It's decentralized. One could control each and every component of your push notification architecture. So this will help the user feel more relieved when it comes to privacy. In case of existing push notifications, they provide abstraction. So the API works on top of FCM, existing APIs of FCM, which is Firebase Cloud Messaging for Android, and APN, which is Apple push notifications for Apple devices. So if you still want FCM or APN or some features of it, so you can use it. Obviously, you can select your own delivery method. You can choose your device. Yeah, and I can customize what kind of network usage and battery optimization or low-level stuff. Like you can always see the code, what's going on inside. Usually, in case of like what happens is that this is a Matrix application Chatty, which is the default chat Matrix plus SMS messaging application in Fosh. And usually what happens is that application server directly deals with Chatty, but when, let's say, your device goes to sleep, this is the basic flow what's happening. Matrix sends the notification via web push, and there is a single connection happening with all the servers, let's say, apart from all the application servers, and there is a single distributor, or you can have multiple distributors, but I won't suggest that specifically because you don't want to mix up a lot of stuff. So NT5 is the distributor which manages all the notification data coming on from every application servers, like Matrix or let's say my delivery app and via the unified push protocol, it sends the notification via to your device. So what's the architecture be like? There are some, like these are the overall components of the basic unified push architecture. Is this application, there is your distributor, an application which sits on your mobile phone and decides which notifications are coming in. This is push provider. Basic workflow of what I just explained previously was the distributor gets its notification from the push provider, and after processing, the application gets and displays the notification to the user. These terminologies are just for later on, where viewers can refer it to. These are basic terminologies that developers might want to know, or like people want to explore when they want to understand what's going on. Yeah, this is a good comprehensive explanation on what's happening. There is this application server, we have a push gateway. Some of the application servers like Matrix use push gateways to manage APIs by which they want to send you the notifications. There is this push providers. Rewrite proxy is something optional which helps us, like there is a post message, HTTP post message going on, and rewrite proxy kind of processes the type of message that comes in and maybe manage that according to the device and device compatibility. We have distributor, and we have unified push Android and Linux separately. The Linux one uses dbus and the Android one uses IPC. Yeah, so this is the main part where I would be discussing on. So we took references from, we wanted to implement unified push on top of Chatty, which is the default messaging application for Phosh device, and we started on with a basic prototype first. So the initial prototype we started on, we were like, let's not, we divided the problem statement into sub problems and to approach this optimally. So initial plans were to use an existing distributor. So we used K-unified push distributor, which was developed by KD, which is an active project going on. I think they presented it last year in LAS also. And we added option in Chatty to, like, you can manage your push notifications per account. It's the same. Upon receiving a new message, the Matrix sends the push notification to the unified distributor, and through the architecture diagram we just presented, it goes on through the same process. I could have shown you demonstration, but I'm not sure if I want to show you my private access tokens, and yeah. So this is the basic UI of the prototype that we created. There is this push notification you can enable, and in case of Matrix, so we have just enabled it for Matrix right now. Chatty relies on, which is the core library which manages all Matrix stuff for Chatty. So you can choose which push gateway you want for a Matrix. For an active comprehensive prototype, you need to run one distributor, which is K-unified push distributor. You need to run Chatty, and you need the, since my account was in matrix.org, or you can have your local setup of a Synapse server, and you can use their endpoint, API endpoint. So I'm using matrix.orgs, and if you can see, after running my chatty applications successfully, it adds a push key for my specific account. This is my account's access token. It just curled, and I can see there is a successful push key going on. We relied on NT5's free service as of now. And this was the notification formats we were receiving on our NT5 server in a JSON format. So what are the future directions we are looking on after this prototype? Is that it's still a prototype. There are still hiccups, like I just pushed some changes yesterday related to re-registering. Like when the distributor is running and it gets abrupted, like if I close the distributor automatically, the re-registering things, there were some hiccups going on in that area. So then that needs refinement. Yeah, expanding support, I think that would be for later on. And I mean, the very next step I would see on is to have a robust prototype where each and every notifications are going in good and right. Then we will be proceeding on for our own distributor instead of KD's distributor. Yeah, these are the active links that you might want to refer, and we would definitely want active contributors. I'm saying this because there was a poll going on Mastodon related to what people want for mobile Linux and specifically for mobile. So this was the very top, voted option that users wanted is active push notification system for Mobian or mobile Linux, actually. So these are the active links. We definitely want more contributors and people to come up or maybe contribute into the discussions. I would definitely thanks Guido, who is one of the, he's the main maintainer of FOSH projects and actively handles a lot of FOSH project. And Evangelos, who is the maintainer of Chatty and helps me a lot while working on this. This is my merge request, which is active. You can see regular commits going on in there. And yeah, and this is the libc matrix discussion which was going on related to how to manage active polling, how to reduce the dependency of active polling of messages coming in through libc matrix. Thanks to Guido. Yeah, I definitely entertain some questions. Yeah, please go ahead. You can speak up loudly so that I can hear you.
I noticed that push notification uses HTTP, right? Unified push.
Yeah.
So, there are obviously non-HTTP protocols like SH or mail. Especially, I'm thinking of IMAP when I'm asking this question. Is it possible? Will it be possible to unify push notification for those, or those you have to somehow convert it to HTTP first?
So the prototype or the active work we were doing on, we relied on majorly, if I'm not missing anything, unified push uses HTTPS. The architecture that unified push suggests is to use HTTPS. And I'm curious, by the way, why do we do you have any specific pointers that you think that we can use other protocols on top of HTTPS?
But email is still in use and IMAP is the protocol, but it's not HTTP. So how are we going to handle that case? That was what I was thinking of.
Oh, that's definitely a good pointer in case of emails. What we worked on was related to messaging applications first, but I think that's a good space to ponder upon what happens with email services and push notifications on that area. So, but for unified push, since the architecture, the initial architecture, if you remember, uses this part. It relies on HTTP requests. So, anything more? I think quite good to go then, no questions.
Thank you, Shiraz, for the session. Now the next session will be from Justin Fleury. We will announce about it in like 9 minutes. So it will start from 2.2. So let's just let him set up till then. You can have a break for that time. We'll just start at 2.
To put. So I'll just keep it just like this. Thank you, though. Slides. I have a few. If we one more? One more pack would be great. Thanks.
Still saying nothing is promised.
would be? For dinner? Maybe.
We are talking about another thing.
Okay.
They just came in
Yeah.
to the loop, so you don't understand.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, glad to clarify that on the dinner. So in that case, we're not accepting.
सकिन लाग्यो तब
Okay, I have to announce this.
ठिक छ ओके
I'm just going to use the washroom real quick.
Sure. 4 minutes left.
4 minutes, perfect.
के को कुरा हो होइन त्यो आजको
यति छोरा नि त्यो आजको
स्पिकर एन्ड अर्गनाइजर्स फर्स्ट डे चाहिँ दिने डिनर प्रमिस गरे हो प्रमिस गरे हो भन्ने सोधे प्रमिस नै त होइन आफ्नो इच्छा भन्दा गरे अब त्यसले अब उसले के भन्दैछ अहिले चाहिँ ढिलो भइसक्यो कतिजना हुन्छ गर्दैन होला ओके अनि के भन्दैछ भएर देख्छ त्यस्तो भने स्टिल डिनर मजा पनि आउँछ तर सिटिजन प्रमिस नि गर्दैन कुन यही छ होइन यिनीहरूको आफ्नै छ कहानी यिनीहरूको आफ्नै छ यिनीहरू त फेरि म्यारिडमा
हामी दुईजनाको बजेट कति थाहा
ब्रो हामी 40 रुपियाँको डोसा खाएको तिमीहरूको अगाडि त हामी केही पनि होइन 120 हामी दुईजनाको जोडेर यत्रो यार हामी त झन् 15 मिनट खुसी भएको अगाडि त केटाहरू 1 घन्टा हुन्छ बिचरामा सबै हामी भन्दा त धेरै खाएको त्यही भएर किचेर पातो लगाएर
त्यो पो भन्न लाग्छ
यहाँ नि हाम्रै बस्छ
एयरबिएनबी कहिले बसेको छैन नि त नेपालीको कस्तो हुँदो रहेछ एयरबिएनबी भनेको त्यस्तो हुन्छ जस्तै होइन हामीले जस्तै घर फ्ल्याट रेन्ट लिन्छ यिनीहरूले चाहिँ जस्ट 4-5 दिनको लागि रेन्ट दिए जस्तै हो कि म्यागी लिएर पकाएर खायो नि त
सुन न त्यो अनि गएको त रुम राम्रो छ होइन फोटोमा देखाएको छ तर किचन त्यो होटलमा रहेछ उनीहरूले माथि तामा फेरि यस्तो हुन्छ
पकाएर दिनु
मेन झ्याउ के हो थाहा छ तिमीहरूकै बोली परिरहेको भनेर गरे होइन
गर्छ हुन्छ त
होइन पैसा तिर्छ नि त पैसा तिर्छ नि त
पुरा मतलब बाहिर अरूमा घुम्नुमा स्पेन्ड त नै गर्दैन बट बस्दाखेरि आफू सुत्दै त अन्त जति सस्तो हुन्छ काम चलाउने
100 सस्तो पर्छ
कति
अनि के हो 5000 स्टुडेन्ट लोकेसन जान्छ त्यसले त्यहाँ गरे क्या खाना 120 मा एकजनाको बजेट
तिनीहरूको बजेट त यो चढेर बिग्रियो अन्त यो चढेर बिग्रियो अन्त त काठमाडौँदेखि
Hello, so we are ready for our next session, which will be given by Mr. Justin Fleury about building an operating system. Choose your own adventure in open source contribution. So we'll start it right now, and it will be a 50 minutes long session. Hope you will enjoy it.
Thanks, folks. And this session is going to be fun because this session has some prizes to give away. So make sure you pay attention during this one. However, because this is going to be an interactive session, you are going to be talking with the people who are sitting next to you. Yes, there is going to be some social interaction. Folks, I am going to ask you, please move ahead to the front few rows. If you can come to these first 3 rows. I promise we're going to have some fun in these 50 minutes. Come on up, don't be shy. So welcome to this workshop on building an operating system. My name is Justin Flory. Thank you all for being here, and I promise that we're going to have a good time. So this session is going to be interactive, so expect that we'll be doing some moving around, and you'll be talking with some of the folks who are sitting next to you. And we're going to start by using some quick show of hands. How many people in this room have past or present experience working in any Linux distribution community? Okay, just a handful, that's fine. So another question, how many people in the room are learning about Linux distribution communities for the first time at this GNOME Asia event? Just a handful. So I'm really curious about those of you who didn't raise your hand about where you fit in this category. So this just helps me get an idea of where you all are coming in on this, because we're going to be talking a little bit about, at a high level, about how distributions are built, but we're also going to be talking about community and how to participate and be involved with an open source community and project, specifically Linux distributions in particular. However, if you've ever heard me give a talk, or if you were at last year's GNOME Asia in my keynote, if you ever hear me give a talk about open source, you'll have likely heard me say this before. But I have 3 words that capture what open source is exactly. Are you ready? Open source is a method that we use to develop and distribute software, content, media, creative works, data, AI models, and more. More so, open source is a set of best practices to make these technological works and build teams that make these works. Open source is a movement. It's a movement based on ideals and philosophy that go beyond only code, software, and projects. It's also rooted in a belief that technology has a huge societal impact, and there are certain freedoms that should be protected. And lastly, open source is a culture. It is a collection of people, values, and ideas that just so happen to take the form of technology projects and communities. So, what are we going to be doing in this workshop today? We're going to be making a contribution to an open source operating system. So I'll talk a little bit about who I am, then we'll do a short activity called Follow the Package, understanding how a package goes from being built in an operating system to the end user. I'll talk a little bit about the life cycle of a software package after that, and then our main activity is actually going to be looking at how would you contribute to a Linux distro. So first, I want to give a little bit of background about myself and some of my own credentials as a Linux distro contributor with Fedora. So I'm originally from the United States. I've worked with free software and open source communities for just a little bit over 10 years. Most recently, October 2022, I joined Red Hat in their open source program office, or OSPO, as a community architect for the Fedora project. So if you were here for the release party, as you know, Fedora is a Linux distribution, and it's the upstream project for one of Red Hat's most foundational commercial products, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, or RHEL. There's also many other projects and distros that are based off Fedora, but RHEL is the one that, when I wear this hat, is my connection there. So in Fedora, I work on community initiatives together with other Red Hatters, employees of other companies, and also volunteers, which is how I first got involved. I also coordinate events and conferences for Fedora, and I'm also the treasurer of the Fedora project community budget. However, before I joined Red Hat, I worked at UNICEF in their Office of Global Innovation as their open source technical advisor. I worked with UNICEF's Venture Fund as an open source coach, where I mentored 23 different startup commercial companies across 19 different countries on community strategies for their open source products. 14 of those ended up achieving global recognition as digital public goods, which actually, if you know a little bit, India's been doing quite a lot of work around digital public goods, so you might have seen those in other places. And 3 of those companies ended up being acquired in multi-million-dollar acquisitions. I also designed a fixed-term open source community mentoring program for startup companies and developer communities that later expanded to technical assistance programs for software dev and data science and AI. Before UNICEF, well, there's various other open source projects and communities I've participated in across the public sector, the private sector, activist communities, and academia. However, long before I held my first job in tech, and even before I started my undergraduate studies in my university, there was Fedora. So direct from the Fedora introduction page, well, I read this in the release party, but for the benefit of my recording, I'm going to read it one more time. The Fedora project is a community of people working together to build a free and open source software platform and to collaborate on and share user-focused solutions built on that platform. Or, in plain English, we make an operating system and we make it easy for you to do useful stuff with it. So I started participating in Fedora as a contributor in 2015, right around when I received my high school diploma. I attended the contributor conference Flock in Rochester, New York, which coincidentally was scheduled the week before I was due to move there to start my undergraduate studies. So I moved up a couple weeks early and I made the decision I was going to go to Flock, and I didn't know that I was about to accidentally change my life. Since then, Fedora has always been a part of me and what I do. I've contributed to various parts of Fedora, mostly in a non-engineering capacity. Though I do have a couple packages. I don't know if anybody knows the old text adventure game Zork, but if you ever DNF install Zork in Fedora, that's me. Hello. But I mostly do non-engineering is my background in Fedora. The pictures shown here are various photos from when I would represent Fedora as an ambassador at conferences, events, and hackathons across the United States. So after 7 years of being a volunteer contributor, I landed the opportunity for a full-time job at Red Hat, where all I get to do is work on Fedora all day. And the part of my job that makes my job so wonderful and amazing is the people that I get to work with. Some of them are my colleagues at Red Hat. Some of them are people who work on Fedora at other companies, and many are simply volunteers who do it because they like to or so that they can learn and improve new skills. So the Fedora community is also globally diverse and spread out all over the world. Many Fedora contributors are also pretty good at time zone math. We get pretty good at that working in this global community. And Fedora was one of the earliest things I got involved with in my career that shaped my future perspective and career outlook. I also made some pretty amazing friends along the way. But that's enough about me. I think we have just enough people in here. Probably have just around 25. Let's see, what time is it? How much time do we have for intros? I think we have time. So what we're going to do, I'm going to pass the microphone around since we're a smaller group. And all of you, I want you to do a quick lightning introduction about why you're here and who you are. So let's get to know each other a little better. So I'm going to ask you all, what's your name? How do you prefer to be called? What city, country are you originally from? And where do you live today? And in exactly one sentence, why are you here? What brought you here? So I'm going to pick on this side of the room, and then we'll go row by row. Remember, lightning round, so try to keep it quick.
Hello everyone, my name is Divyansh. I'm originally from Ghaziabad, India, and I'm here because I contributed to GNOME via GSOC. So yes, that's it.
Awesome. Hello everyone, I'm Dinesh. I'm from Kathmandu. I live there, and I'm here to in my conversion journey from consumer to contributor. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark. I am originally from Ajmer, Rajasthan, but now I am living in Bangalore. I came here because I use GNOME, and I'm also keep an eye a lot on GitLab and also. So I was a bit interested to come here for the first time, basically.
Hello everyone, I am Om and I am from Maharashtra, India. I am here because I have been contributing to this thing called Papers, which is a new document we were in GNOME. So do try Papers.
Hello everyone, I am Mohit and I am from Sihor, Madhya Pradesh, India, and I am willing to contribute in the Fedora communications. So I am here basically.
Yeah, hello, my name is Gautam. I'm from Shajapur, Madhya Pradesh, and I'm here to come out from my comfort zone.
Hello everyone, I'm Monica Vyas, and I am from Madhya Pradesh. I am here to know about machine learning, AI, and Fedora, and of course GNOME. I want to be in the community of open source. Thank you.
Hey everyone, this is Somdeep Dhar. So I'm from Pune, Maharashtra. Basically, I've came here because I wanted to explore security as part of our open source contribution. So that, Justin also knows we did have a pretty big topic about it. And I would like to explore the open source contribution with respect to security. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Jens. I was born in Copenhagen and I'm now living in Singapore. And I'm here to think about contribution.
Hi everyone, I'm Larry from Cameroon. I was part of the outreach interns for GNOME this summer, so I'm just here to experience GNOME Asia.
Nice.
Thank you.
I had the longest journey actually.
Hi, I'm Akhil. I'm from India, Kerala. So I'm here because I am contributing to the MediaWiki instance of our college, NIT Calicut, and also I use Fedora. So yeah.
Hi everyone, I am Rehan from Bangalore. I'm here because I use GNOME and I like open source software.
I am Naveen. I am from Kerala, India itself. I used to manage servers in my college in NIT Calicut. These two are my juniors. We three are from the same college. Back in UG, we used to manage servers. So that's why I'm here. I used to use Fedora, but now I use Debian. Sorry.
See a little crew here.
Hi, this is Mohammed Ahmed. I'm from Bangalore, so I work at Red Hat, and I'm a Linux enthusiast. I am a distro hopper, so my enthusiasm got me here to learn more about Fedora.
I'm Akashdeep Dhar. I had a couple of talks this morning, and I'm from Pune, Maharashtra, and I'm here to distribute 10 USB flash drives tomorrow with your distribution of choice running GNOME. So stay tuned to the SingStar talk. Sorry for the shameless promotion.
Hello all, my name is Kailas. I'm from Kerala, India itself. So we came here as part of Fossil and NITC. So we all are from NITC, we three, both of them. So I'm here for the community.
Hello all, I'm Vivek. I'm also from Kerala. So I love to know more about the GNOME and Fedora. Actually, I'm a fresher into this field. So yeah, that's all.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed Bilal. So I'm from Kerala, India. So I'm here to meet the Fedora and GNOME community here in India.
Hello, my name is Ranish and I am also from Kerala, India, and this is my first community event. I also like GNOME.
Hello, my name is Samad. I am pursuing my bachelor's in data science, and I wanted to know more of how we can contribute to GNOME. So I would like to contribute in the future, and currently I want to know everything about GNOME Asia. So
Hi, I'm Mithun. I'm from Bangalore. I'm studying second year engineering in Bangalore Institute of Technology, and I'm here to know about the Fedora and gain knowledge.
Now you two in the background decide, are you going to be in this workshop or are you not? Yes, I can.
Hello, so my name is Viresh. I'm from Red Hat. I'm from Bangalore, and yeah, I'm here to know more about GNOME, Fedora, and how can I be part of it, or how can I contribute those things. Yeah, thank you.
Everyone, I'm Ashwini and I'm from Bihar. So I'm here to explore some accessibility in Fedora. We are working on some accessibility project. So in case if you want to discuss more with me, then feel free to. Thank you.
Who do we have hiding back here? We have some joiners too.
Hi everyone, I'm Raman. I'm from Maharashtra. I'm a distro hopper, Linux enthusiast. I'm here because I like Fedora and GNOME. I use them a lot.
Hello everyone, I am Harsada. I am currently living in Mumbai, Maharashtra. I am here to gain knowledge about Fedora and open source.
Hi, good afternoon all. This is Varun Gopal. I am basically from Kerala and Bangalore since 2016. And I am working for Oracle as a principal support engineer. And I am here for networking and to learn what all happening outside my technical knowledge. So wanted more networking and to learn more about more stuff. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dilna from Kochi, Kerala. I'm here to explore more about Fedora, then Linux, kernel side, and all. Thank you.
Yeah. So I am Joseph. I am also from Kerala. So I actually came to know what's actually happening, how these events run, and to see how I can be a part of it and all those things.
About just that.
Hello there, my name is Vaishak. I am from Cochin. I am working in Open Healthcare Network. So I came here because I used to use GNOME. Right now I don't. But yeah, I just discuss and nerd out about anything FOSS, GNOME and stuff. Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Who else do we have that just joined us here?
Right. Yeah, I'm Dave. From Squadcast, and I'm originally from Chennai, but I live in Bangalore now. I came here to the talk today to, to see like what's GNOME been up to. It's been a while since I worked with it, so I thought I'd be curious to see what's up with it. So.
Hi, I'm Yash. I'm originally from Pune. I live in Bangalore. I'm excited to know about Fedora and GNOME. So yeah.
Hi, I'm Akilan. I'm from this current city, Bangalore, and I've been with GNOME forever, and I just want to know what's happening in GNOME. That's it.
Who else from this row we have joined us? Are all three of you?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I am Jitu. I am from Kerala itself, and I'm working as an Android developer here. So came here to know more about design patterns, UI, UX, and also operating system. Fedora.
Hey, I'm Roshan, and I'm from Kerala. For past 2 years, I've been working here in Bangalore, and my interests are Linux graphics stack, GTK4, and kernel.
Hello, I am Kashyap Ekbote. I am from Pune, sustaining engineering team from Red Hat, and I am joined here for explore Fedora and join the open source community.
All right, and I think that's our crew here for today. So thanks all for bearing with me for some introductions. Helps me also know a little bit about why you're all here, and also some cool geographic diversity here in the room too. I always like to see that. So now we're going to get into the first little warm-up activity here. And pay attention, there might be a quiz. So quick show of hands. See how many people are beginners here. How many people have already know a little bit about Linux and what it is? Show of hands. Pretty much most of the room. All right. How many people use any Linux distribution as the operating system for their personal or work computers? That's most of the room. All right. Now let's go a little further. How many of you understand Linux distro packaging, or you maintain a package for a distro? Okay, it's like half-ish. How many of you identify as non-engineering contributors to a Linux distro? And this can be many things like design, documentation, translations, localizations, marketing, blogging, event volunteers, anything like that. Very few. Okay. And last one, how many of you are confident in your knowledge of the Fedora to CentOS stream to RHEL software lifecycle? All right. So, how does software get to a user in Fedora Linux? Let's walk through it. So, a common way to contribute to a Linux distro is by creating and maintaining these things called software packages. Software packaging really here just means compiling, building, and distributing the software in a format that's easily installable by the end user. A contributor who submits software packages to a Linux distribution is called a packager. Easy enough. Fedora Linux packagers compile and build the software by writing a RPM spec file. they submit their spec file for peer review by other Fedora Linux packagers. Once a package is approved with a passing build, it is added to Fedora's official repositories and mirrored in repositories all around the world. Do you get all that? So, now what we're going to do is we're going to do about a 10-minute or so activity. So we've got like, we could probably do like groups of, I'll count off to probably 5 groups. So what we're going to do is you're going to stay up or break into a small group, and then you're going to take these steps that are here on the right, and in your group, talk amongst yourselves and think about what order. These are all out of order. They're mismatched here. Think about what order would happen first to last, start to end, of all these different steps of how software is delivered to an end user. And I'll give you a little starter point. We'll say this starting point is the source code on some platform like GitHub or GitLab or Pagure or Forgeo or like 10 different other hosting platforms. And then the end result is the end user opens the desktop app. So let's say where it's a desktop app specifically, maybe some GNOME app. So maybe GNOME GitLab instance is what we can look at here. So the end result here is that they open the app on the computer. So you have to take these steps on the right and figure out what's in the middle here. How do you get from that start to the end? So for this one, I'll break you up into smaller groups now, but let's try to use the people in your row. So you've got like 4 here, 4 here. You 4 can come a little closer together here. You can be a group of 5 in the back. Let's do group of 3, group of 3. I think you can be a group of 4 in this row, group of 3 here, and then you 4 together in the back. So in your groups, I'm going to set my timer for exactly 10 minutes. And then don't forget, you'll need to have a spokesperson for your group who will share your results with the class at the end. So I am starting the timer, 10 minutes, go. if you're a group that's already finished, you can choose a spokesperson who will speak to the room. So time check, we got 5 minutes on the clock. If you're done and you have your order, make sure you have a spokesperson for your group. Quick show of hands, who needs more time? Okay, in the back here, you're good? Is everybody finished? Does anyone need more time? Okay, then let's go ahead and let me stop my timer here. We'll finish a little early. So, what I'm going to ask is we'll go from this side of the room in the back to the front, and then this side of the room, front to the back. So everyone should have a spokesperson for their group. If you don't, quickly choose someone who will take the mic, and your task is to tell us what order did you put things in. And also, here's some questions to think about too. Did you and your group immediately agree on the order? What surprised you about how others ordered and prioritized these items? And what do you see and hear from other groups that will stick with you? You don't have to answer those questions right now, but think about those things as we go. So I'm going to come to the back. Who's our spokesperson here?
So we start off with source code hosting platform. Then we write the RPM spec file for the desktop app. Then we work on the documentation. Then with that documentation and other related stuff, we do the marketing. Then schedule a release and make the Fedora repo available on the public internet. Then the users need Fedora software on their work or personal PC. And then the end user opens the app. That's our order.
I won't share the final results until the end, so you have to wait. We'll have to hear from everyone. Who's our spokesperson here? You.
So we have our source code on some hosting platform. The next thing we need is a Fedora operating system on our system, for Fedora OS on our personal or work computer. We have that. After that, what we do is we write a spec file using that system. Then we go and make this spec file available, like make the package available on the repositories. Once that is done, then we go write the documentation for the package for the new features, and then we do the marketing for those features, and because of that marketing, the end user gets to know the app, and then they open the desktop app.
So we first are on the source code hosting platform. Then we need Fedora Linux operating system on our computer. Then we write the documentation of the new features. Then we write the RPM spec file. We then publish it on the internet, and then we market it.
So we start from the source code hosting platform, and then we document our new features on the desktop app. Then we write the spec file that is given for approval, peer reviews, and after the approval, we have it on the Fedora Linux software repository on the public internet, which we then market the new release, and then it is then when a user needs to download our package, they need to have a Fedora Linux on their personal computer, and then they can open the desktop app.
Okay, so we start from the source code hosting platforms. Then we set up the Fedora Linux operating system in the personal computer. That will be working on the spec file. Fourth will be documenting all of this thing. Then we will market the new features, and at the last we will make it public. First we will public the code, and then we will market, and then the end user will use the entire thing.
So first step will be the document the new feature. Then we add that feature in RPM spec file. After that we publish that repo in public repository. After that we market that new release, and after that anyone who have a Fedora Linux, they can use that feature.
Okay, so first thing will be the source code hosting platform, because that's the main source. Then we will install the Fedora OS in our personal or the work computer, followed by the RPM spec file, because we know like what app needs to be developed, and followed by those particular RPM file needs to be published to the public internet, like Fedora Linux repository. We will be just pushing to the public internet, but again, since it's in the software development stage, there can be bugs as well. So we will document about that release to make sure those bugs are getting captured properly, and after it is fixed, it is part of the life cycle itself. So once all the defects and the bugs are being fixed, then we'll be pushing to the market for a release, and at the end, like, we will be just, you know, the end user will be opening that desktop app. It can be anything else.
Hi, so the first step would be documentation about new features in the desktop app. Then we'll write the RPM spec file for a desktop app. Then then the Fedora Linux software repository on the public internet at that point, and after market a new release and features added to that release, and the folks will install that RPM package into the Fedora Linux operating system, basically.
Thank you. So after our discussion, first we need to download it from the public internet, like something called GitHub or something. So then the second step will be using the operating system, Fedora Linux operating system on your personal work or computer. Then we will make the documentation, and we will make into a RPM like a package, and then finally we will market it to the end customer like that. So yeah.
Nicely done, folks. So this is the part where I probably will make you all frustrated, and where I say there's actually not one single answer for this. However, I'll give you my order and share a little thing. So my order from this list, so we got the source code hosting platform. The next thing we do, I would say, would be write the RPM spec file. The next thing would be, I would probably think about documenting new features, so that way you have the documentation in place before the users you start talking about it and marketing it. Then would be putting it into the Fedora Linux repositories is what I would do, publish it publicly. Then once it's there, you want your users to know about it, so you do some marketing. And then the last step, which this one, normally I have people ask me about this one, and I've given this workshop before because it's a little confusing about the Fedora Linux OS on your computer. I put that one at the end, actually, because you can actually be a Fedora packager without even using Fedora. But if you're using the app on the desktop, well, of course, then you have to be using Fedora Linux. So I believe it was just that one group in the back here that did the same order. And like I said, some of you gave orders that actually still make a lot of sense. And you know, there's not one size fits all here. So keep that in mind. However, how many folks do we have in the group back here? Was it 5 or 6? All right, well, I have some Fedora luggage tags that I will share with you all as the grand prize here. But don't worry, we've still got more activities to come, and I have a few other things up here as well. So now here's the part where, well, first I'll just see, does anybody want to answer one of these questions? Did you and your group immediately agree on the order? What surprised you about how other groups ordered and prioritized these items? Did anything that you heard from the other groups stick with you? Let me see if one or two people want to answer any of those questions. If not, that's cool too. We've got some stuff to talk about. So now let's go a little bit deeper into this. And now that your brains are all warmed up and you have some context about how software packaging works and how stuff gets into Fedora, let's take a deeper look at the life cycle of a software package. So we're going to do a little bit of a history lesson here. I'll try to make this interesting though and not put you all to sleep. So I'm going to generalize the history of software packaging in Linux because I don't have all day to actually talk about how we got to where we're going. So it is a history. It's not necessarily a perfect history. That said, I want to underline trends that I see over time about how software packagers have approached software packaging over the decades of the Linux world. So we'll go all the way back to the last millennia in the 1990s. Software packaging emerges as a necessary practice because people want standard ways to build, compile, and run software. You can compile all the pieces of your operating system, but managing updates in an easy way, that's where you need something to help you manage those changes. So therefore, software packaging becomes the art of change management for computers. It helps make the lives of system administrators less stressful. Interoperability becomes more possible. However, there's still a lot of work to do for building software for different hardware architectures. Back then, it's like x86 and 32-bit i686 and probably a handful of others if you're a hardware geek. So like Intel, x86, 64 is probably one of the best known examples today. Also ARM is kind of becoming pretty popular. There's RISC-V, but however, we're in the 90s and there were other architectures then, and there are other architectures now. Software packaging makes it easier to have standard compile and build instructions across multiple types of computer hardware. So that brings us into the 2000s, and now we're in this build it phase. It's getting a little bit more organized now, and building build infrastructure, a lot of build, it becomes more of a thing at this point in the early 2000s. So now there are software packages, but how do you build and distribute software packages to end users in a scalable way? During the 2000s, we see a more focused shift to thinking about build infrastructure, how those updates get built and delivered to end users. And now we're using, generally like fewer shell scripts and more like software applications that are helping address this specific need. And also, Linux software packaging and systems to build software packages are growing momentum. It's getting a little bit more, Linux is becoming less of this like hippie niche thing that it was in the 90s. However, in the 2000s, it's still a niche. Microsoft is still calling Linux a cancer. They're calling open source and intellectual property disaster. So I mean, like, we're not the mainstream yet. However, we get into the 2010s. In the background, now all of a sudden people are starting to love Linux, and Microsoft in 2015 starts to say, oh, we love Linux, we have over 400 open source projects, and we give back code to the community. They buy GitHub for $9.8 billion. There's a few things that happen here in the background, but we're talking about software packaging, and in software packaging, focus is starting to increase in the 2010s on things like automation for packagers, or verifying that the downloadable images of Fedora are genuine and that they haven't been tampered with. Sometimes these are called reproducible builds. The level of sophistication starts to increase. So we begin to see more deprecation and retirement of packaging processes that were built for a previous generation of Linux operating systems as new guidelines and processes come into place. So now a quick show of hands. How many of you know the differences between these Debian software packages and RPM? Like, how many of you know the basic differences? Not saying you have to be an expert here, but you know what we're talking about. Okay, so a few hands, that's okay. We'll go through it. Different Linux distros take different approaches for packaging. However, I'd say the most two common families of software package formats available for Linux are Debian software packages and RPM software packages. These are generally what you will see. There are others, but we're talking about what has the most adoption. So in the Debian world, this is where distros like Debian, Ubuntu, and Mint fit in. And Ubuntu takes a very flexible approach for proprietary software. There's a medium barrier to entry for packaging stuff in Ubuntu. Debian has, I'd say, probably a higher barrier of entry because, like Fedora, Debian only accepts free software, free and open source software. In the RPM world, this is where you see distros like Fedora, CentOS Stream, RHEL, SUSE OpenSUSE, Alma Linux, Rocky Linux, and many more. Fedora must be free software. However, there's a very good community peer review process, so I'd say it's like medium barrier to entry. CentOS Stream is, the next enterprise Linux version. Red Hat is a little bit more opinionated, or I'd say a lot more opinionated in this distro, so it has a higher barrier to entry. And RHEL, if you want to be a RHEL contributor, well, I'd say you have to kind of be a Red Hatter to do that. However, there is EPEL, which is what we talked about in the release party, extra packages for enterprise Linux. However, RHEL is for RHEL customers, so naturally it makes sense that Red Hat employees are the ones who are mostly working on it. So this is just to give you a picture of what the two packaging ecosystems look like in the distro world. So we're going to go a little bit deeper on the Fedora, CentOS Stream, RHEL piece, just to understand that relationship and how they fit together. So thinking about how upsides to packaging for Fedora and some of the other RPM distros. One side of it is community, is you work, especially in a distro like Fedora, you work very closely to your downstream users. There's all these different distros that are being built from and derived from Fedora. So your work has a very wide impact, actually. You touch a lot of things by contributing to Fedora. You create a contribution pathway for engineers to contribute and share feedback on things like package distribution or build and compile options and different flags and settings for software. You increase transparency into how software is built and distributed. You can actually trace back all these different steps of how the software gets built and delivered to the end user. That one kind of fits into security too, actually. And also, hundreds of public mirrors make software more available throughout the world and so you don't have to worry so much about load balancing for high demand versus you have one server for all your repos and everyone's hitting that one server. So we have all this network of mirrors, including some that are in India, some that are all over Europe, some that are all over US. A lot of times it's universities, not always, but often. On the security side, in Fedora, we use GPG and GPG keys, public-private keys, to sign and verify all the packages that are built in our infrastructure. So you can verify that the software that's built in Fedora is the software that's running on your system. Another angle is distribution CI, especially if you're more of the developer kind of persona here. You get to know whether your packages are working on downstream distros before users even open the bug reports, because you have that real-time feedback into how things are being built. And you save time by not having to build your own test and CI pipelines for software packages. You can use the infrastructure that's already there. Like we said, in the 2010s, a lot more focus on automation these days, and that was a decade ago. We're in the 2020s now. I probably need to update this. But brand building too. Open source in general, it's a lot of that, even in communities like GNOME, street cred, that open source street cred goes a long way. And you can really build a reputation too by work you do in public upstream communities. So packaging software for Linux distros like Fedora can get you more exposure and your software more exposure through different channels that software is being distributed for Linux, like GNOME software. And again, like the open source street cred, building your own reputation as a developer and a member of one of these communities. However, I'll talk about the downsides. I'll talk about the less pretty parts. So the time to release in a project like Fedora, there is a little bit of a longer wait before a new release is available to end users. Now in Fedora, we do every 6 months, so it's really not that bad if you consider that, some distros release every few years. So it does allow for community testing and feedback on updates. And you can find the built packages immediately if you really know where to look. But the point here being is that you don't just build your software, do a release, and the user can go and install it right away. There's a little bit of a process. It takes some time. There's a community review process, so it takes a little bit longer before stuff gets into users' hands. Also, no freestyling, like Fedora has these things called our packaging guideline. It does add stability, so it's a little bit easier as a packager for one Fedora package to jump into another, if it's like, say, the same programming language, but it's not as flexible. Like, there are rules you have to follow if your package is going to be officially packaged in Fedora. Apple as well. Not that Apple is a downside, but it has different policies than the default Fedora repositories for enterprise Linux repos. Do we have anyone that's packaging software for both Fedora and Apple at the same time in the room? Okay, we have one person. I don't know how your dependency chain looks like and what that looks like, but for some software, it can be really difficult to build because Apple, the extra packages for enterprise Linux come from the same sources as the Fedora packages. Fedora moves very fast. Apple doesn't move so fast. So if you have a simple thing, it might not be so bad, but if you've got like all this low-level C code and you're working across these different, you know, ancient versions of C that were released a decade ago, and it can be hard. It can be a little frustrating. And I'd say this one is actually a really big one, is metrics. Of course, as a developer, you want to know who's using your stuff, how many people are running it and installing it. Unfortunately, today, it is not possible to count how many times a package is actually installed on an end user system. There are some hacky ways to guess, but it's a guess at best. So looking at the package and distro lifecycle, some of you may have grabbed that sticker sheet that we had at the Fedora release party that had the Fedora, CentOS, Apple, Red Hat stickers. So Fedora, TLDR, major releases every 6 months, latest and greatest open source software and tools on the cutting edge. And everything that Fedora provides by default is free software. Proprietary software is not available by default. CentOS Stream, major releases, I think it's actually every 3 years. And there's rolling updates to the major releases during the supported period. Software packages are tuned and built for stability and enterprise use cases. And CentOS Stream is actually a really great testing environment for what's coming in the future of enterprise Linux, or for software that does not necessarily need a support promise behind it. And then we have on the last side, RHEL, major releases. Again, I think that's every 3 years now, actually. Minor releases a little bit more often. It's built from CentOS Stream, which is like always one release ahead of RHEL for major and minor versions. And you have long-term support available. You have enterprise-grade stability and expert support from Red Hatters to help you make the most of Linux for your needs. This is part of Red Hat's business model. And of course, RHEL can include proprietary and closed source software, because that's doing different things for the customers who use RHEL. All right, and now we're going to get into our last activity. I see we've got roughly like 10, 15 minutes, so I think we'll have just enough time to finish this. So congratulations, I am now conferring your honorary degree in Linux software packaging life cycles. You have all the information you need now, for this next activity at least. So regardless of your background and your interest in open source communities, now you have the chance to explore that topic of interest in a little bit more depth. So a reminder for folks, if you are one of those people who is a long-time Linux distro contributor, I'm going to encourage you to work a little bit out of your comfort zone and think about things and try things that you're not already familiar with. And I suspect you may also be interested to hear what others who are new to your area of contributions think about how that work gets done. So for this next activity, I'm going to show you a chart that explains the composition of the Fedora community. You probably saw this briefly during the release party. And after that, we'll break out into new groups to explore the topic that is most interesting to you. So right, there are many things to do in Fedora. This is that organization chart that I had up here on the screen earlier in the release party. And the Fedora community is diverse in more ways than one. Our community is made up of people from many different backgrounds, skill sets, and interests. And as a result, there are many things you can do in Fedora. It's wide open. However, this chart is honestly a little overwhelming, even to someone who's been in the project for a while. So let's deconstruct it a little bit. In the release party, you might remember I said the left side is kind of like release engineering and engineering side of the project. So these are most often the things that we do every 6 months to build and produce an operating system that works and it has new features that our users care about. A lot of these groups have to do with packaging or organizing collections of Fedora packages into different installable images. However, there are also working groups that address things like software quality and testing. Like you heard from Sumantro in the release party, who does a lot of that QA work. There are people who curate a flagship edition of Fedora, Fedora Workstation, which is GNOME, Fedora Server, Fedora Cloud, Fedora CoreOS, Fedora IoT, and the infrastructure and tools used to build Fedora, like you may have heard from Akashdeep and Samyak earlier today, and more. So all of these groups are accountable to decisions made by, in the engineering half, the Fedora Engineering Steering Committee, or affectionately named FESCO. And in a way, these groups report up to FESCO, although like reporting up it's not quite the hierarchy that we use in Fedora. It's a little bit more flat than that, but for the sense of how we're visualizing this, it all kind of flows back to FESCO. And then on the right side of this chart, we have the non-engineering areas, or what we call mindshare activities in Fedora. So these are what we often call, the non-engineering teams and tasks in Fedora community. And without these contributions, like, hey, we may still have a Linux distribution that comes out every 6 months, but nobody would know how to use it, no one would know how to get help with it, and no one knows about recent changes and news to the project and the community. So all these pieces are really important to us being successful as a project. So some teams have more momentum than others, and there are some notable mindshare teams in Fedora today, or some of those notable teams I would call out is we have the Fedora Magazine editors. So that Fedora Magazine is like our user-facing publication. We have a Fedora community blog, which is more community contributor-focused news and updates. We have a marketing team. There's a localization team. We have chat room moderators, there's Q&A site helpers, there's a docs team, there's a join group that helps new people get started in the project, community operations, ambassadors, and so much more, as you can see. So let's get into the very end of this workshop for today. So we are now going to do this last activity. So there are many ways that you can contribute to Fedora, both engineering and non-engineering. Let's try it out. So what I'm going to want you to do, we're going to break into small groups for each of these 5 different topics. So you're going to choose a group based on which of these topics is most interesting to you. And the first thing you should do right away is choose a scribe or a note taker, someone who's going to keep track of this discussion as we go. Using sticky notes that I have up here, and I've got some Fedora pins, chart out with your group what contributions do you think are needed during a Fedora Linux release cycle for your chosen topic. So then use the existing Fedora documentation as a guide. For a lot of these things, you can find it on docs.fedoraproject.org, but also write down questions about things that aren't clear, because I'm sure there's going to be things in each of these groups that you're not sure about. And then at the very end, you're going to elect a spokesperson, again, for each of these 5 groups, and you're going to come up here and put your sticky notes on the board. And we're going to build a timeline of 6 months, and you're all going to see what you do in your groups over 6 months. So we're going to go ahead and break up. Let's do, if you want to do software packaging, I want you to come over to this corner of the room. If you want to do design, I want you to come into the back corner where Samyak is raising his hand. If you want to do additions, which are like the flagship offerings of Fedora, I want you to come to this front corner of the room. If you want to do content and marketing, sort of the middle section here by this pillar, this green pillar here. And lastly, for user Q&A, the very back where Akashdeep is sitting. Raise your hand, Akash. So in that back corner for user Q&A. So go ahead and stand on up. Go to the place in the room that matches the group you want to work in. And then we will take 10 minutes. We'll take a 10-minute time for you to map out. And also, I'll start passing out some sticky notes to everyone so you can write down and take notes as we go. So go ahead and move to your part of the room. Packaging, design, additions, content and marketing, user Q&A. And if you need to move some of the chairs around, if you're a big group, you can, feel free to move things around, make a circle. Some groups are probably going to be bigger than others. And hey, I think our designers could use some love here in the back too. So if you want to try something you haven't done before, consider joining in the back with the design folks. All right, so for our addition folks, here are some sticky notes for you. I'll grab a pen. You can go ahead and choose your note taker. Do we really have nobody for content and marketing? Nobody wants to be a distro marketer? That's such an interesting topic. All right, I think we're going to be 4 groups then today. That's how it's looking. All right, I'm going to come around for more sticky notes. All right, I'll give you this whole pack. Use your Q&A. You're in for marketing? Which are smaller? Marketing, I think. So it's you. And then this group for design. You're all going to do design. Awesome. You got some sticky notes. You got some pens. We have a scribe. Who's our note taker scribe? We have a note taker scribe. Maybe we can also break this group up into 2 more pieces. So why don't we think about packaging for Fedora releases, which is every 6 months, and maybe Apple, which is an enterprise Linux, which doesn't necessarily fit Fedora release cycle, not necessarily a 6-month life cycle. But you're thinking more of like downstream distributions, how you're preparing for that in a Fedora release cycle. So I'd say if you want to do Fedora, come to this front row. If you want to do Apple enterprise Linux, come in like this middle section here, and we'll split up on that way. You folks catch that? So we're going to break up into 2 smaller groups for packaging because y'all are so many. So we're going to have folks that want to do Fedora right up here in the front, 6-month release cycle, new packages, and folks that want to do enterprise Linux and Apple in the middle section here. We'll divide up in that way. I have a feeling everybody likes Fedora. We can also just do 2 different smaller groups. Why don't I'll count you all off into 2, and you do the same thing. Just do Fedora. So we'll do 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1's here, 2's in the back here. You should all have some sticky notes and pins. I'll give you that, and you can choose a note taker for your group. And then I think I need some more stickies. All right, so you all should now be in your groups. You should now have some notes. Make sure you choose a note taker. I'm going to start a timer for 10 minutes. That timer is starting now. So go ahead and start planning out the 6 months. How do you do it? What work do you have to do? What's going into it? And if you have any questions, raise your hand. I'll be floating around. If you need a clarification, I'm here to help. And we'll check back in after 10 minutes. We're at 3.5 minutes left. You should try to be finishing up your conversations. And don't forget that if you are feeling done, choose a spokesperson, different from your scribe. Runaway mic. Two minutes remaining. right, folks, we're getting into the last 30 seconds. You don't have a spokesperson yet. Choose a spokesperson. Your spokesperson is going to start taking all the sticky notes, and you're going to come up to this front board and put them in order. Finish out those conversations. Last 20 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was a fast 20 seconds, I know. All right, folks. So now go ahead and have your spokesperson take the sticky notes and come on up here to the front. And I want you to go ahead and order them in month 1, month 2, month 3, month 4, month 5, release month. So you're going to put those activities that you brainstormed as a group and put them in order. So who's our spokesperson for our 2 groups here? Spokesperson 1? Perfect. And spokesperson 2? Perfect. So once you're ready, come on up here and bring your sticky notes and put them in order. Do we have a spokesperson over here? Putting them in order. Okay, perfect. Okay, take another minute to put them in order, then come on up. You should be sending your spokesperson on up to the front. Quick edit. Put them forward. Start sending them up. Start putting them up in the front. You guys got your order set? Start bringing them up to the front. Take your best guess. We'll go through them.
Of course, yes. हो गया. Come on, back into it. Did you go?
All right. So we do have one more session after us. So what I'm going to ask is if you were a spokesperson that already brought your stickies up, please come on back to the front of the room. And if you are still putting them in order, fast, fast, fast. So all the spokespeople, if you can come and stand right here next to the board, I'm going to be asking you all 2 questions about your group, about talking about what issues or solutions came up. And the question 2, what striking ideas were mentioned in your discussion? And then we'll leave this board here in the room, and you can all come up and take a look at it at the end. So, who's our first spokesperson who wants to answer these 2 questions? We'll start with the additions group. Who is our spokesperson? All right, you're up first. So, the 2 questions, one more time, are what issues or solutions did you come up with here? And what striking ideas came up in your discussion?
I think the most striking idea that we probably came up with is part of the, the QA and the documentation process, where it's usually done at the end, and we yeah.
Well, I mean, additions are unique because you're actually touching on a lot of different parts of the project.
Yeah. So I think the most important part is like probably the first one, where we decide like what packages that we want to do for that particular release, depending on whether it's this one. Yeah. So deciding which package we wish to upgrade and update. So that will be the first step, and the most important step after that is to make sure that all the packages play well together and they're compatible with each other, and make sure that nothing is actually breaking, right? So once we have all the packages that we do want to put in that particular release, we can create and start working on that particular branch, right? And then obviously like include all the branches, all the packages onto the branch, and like by rebuilding everything. And once we have all the packages for that particular edition, we do a code freeze, right? And once we do that, testing, and then and everything looks good in that final testing, we can go to the final freeze, right? And then we start the QA and the documentation and the marketing stuff. And then once everything looks good, release.
And is it Dev?
Dev, yeah.
Dev. So please give a round of applause for Dev and the additions group. And I would like to ask each of who is the scribe in this group? Who is our scribe? Each of you, come on up to the front. You can choose any one item from our prize table here. Thanks for stepping up and being our scribe and spokesperson. All right, we're going to come next to the packaging group. Who is our spokesperson scribe over here? Are they all already our scribe? Who is our scribes? You two. All right, we'll come back for you. So, who is our packaging spokespeople? Gautam and who is our other packaging spokesperson? You two. And what's your name? Akil. All right. So, put your sticky notes up there and we'll come back. Which one of the other groups? Who is the blue row up here up top? Is this is the packaging? Which one of, oh, you're both, okay. Who is the spokesperson for the blue stickies? You're the spokesperson. Come on up, come on up. Don't be shy. So, get one more time those 2 questions. What issues or solutions came up? Like, why did you write the things you did? What was a striking idea? Something that was like unexpected that when you were discussing was like, oh, like this is interesting, or like didn't think about that.
I think. I'm sorry. What?
Yeah. So let's take that. So you did packaging. We've got 1, select packages. 2, check dependencies. 3, select maintainers. 4, ensure security and licenses. 5, publish packages. 6, done. So your questions are, what issues or solutions came up? What striking ideas were mentioned in your discussion?
So one issue was security, and so like we had like look at CVs and stuff like that. I mean, I didn't mention it, but like we have to ensure security for the package, so there's no vulnerabilities when it gets released. And as for striking ideas, I don't think so. I mean, we didn't have a really in-depth discussion, unfortunately, but nothing much.
All right. Please give a round of applause for our group 1 packaging. Spokesperson and scribe, you can come up and choose any one item from the prize table up front. All right, what's one of our next groups here? Who's put their stickies up? Who do we have? Is this the design? Come on up, are you the spokesperson? Come on up. So, let's see, which row is the design? So, we have things like user research, product design, graphic design, the design team with wallpaper, some UI UX for design systems, creating components, and the design software, like things that you're using, tools in the process. So why don't you tell me a little bit about, also remind us your name, and then what issues or solutions came up, what striking ideas were mentioned in discussion.
Yeah, so my name is Asmit. I'm a design contributor at GNOME Foundation. And we were discussing about different areas of design where designers can contribute in OS related projects or anything like that. And basically we came up with like user research where they can research about what shortcomings they are facing while using the OS. Then next was graphic design, how they can market new releases, like making posters, making social media announcements, and like design team kind of plays important role in that. And about striking idea, I would say that when we are in the process of design, we do a lot of user research and we design based on that. But after releasing a project, maybe some design teams don't get get additional feedback, so maybe we can like try something where a design team is continuously involved in the project at all stages, so that the project is like really user friendly. And yeah,
excellent. Thank you. Round of applause for our design team. And our spokesperson and scribe can come and choose a prize from the front. We got the luggage tags and the tumbler bottles left. All right, what's another team that we have up here with stickies? Which team is complete? We have, is this the user Q&A? All right, spokesperson, come on up. So give us your name and what issues or solutions came up and what striking ideas were mentioned in your discussion.
Yeah, hey, we are the user Q&A. So while discussion, one of the main questions that we had is that who will be handling the documentation, because it's not mentioned here. We thought that it's kind of the common thing to be done by the team who's doing the packaging, because they know the technical aspect of it, and also like the content and marketing, and to a point the user Q&A also can pitch it in. So it's a collaborated work. Other than that, one of the striking things that we came across is, I mean, this is pretty predictable, adding LLMs. So user Q&As, currently most of it will be handled by users. So having it done by LLMs, also bringing them into the platform will be beneficial. That's what we came up with. Other than that, what else? Oh wait, someone fake use. Yeah, so we also thought about a rewarding system. So Fedora has Fedora badges, right? So for the members who contribute by answers and all, they should be given badges, and they should be recognized. The recognition is a major part in this. And also another major thing we came up with is tag to team, as in let's say when a question is posted, ensure proper amount of tags are there, so that similar questions can be grouped together, and people who are responsible or like are expert in that field will be able to answer it easily, other than like having a whole bunch of chaos surrounded around it. So that's the brief.
Perfect. Round of applause for user Q&A. And you can come and choose a scribe and spokesperson can choose. We got luggage tags and we got the tumbler bottles left. So I think we're waiting for content and design and packaging 2, and I think that's it. We're just waiting for the last 2. So you're packaging group number 2. So give us your name, your issues or solutions that came up, and what was your striking idea discussion.
Okay, so we are from the Fedora packaging group, and the first month we will be doing the requirement gathering part, like which fixes we need to fix in this release. In the second month, like in the first month, we will try to automate the process of requirement gathering, like how efficiently we can get the JIRAs or other issues that we need to resolve. In the second month, we will be start working on creating branches and builds. We started working on the building part. Then in the third month, we will rebuild the reverse dependencies. Okay, and then in the fourth month, once the build process is completed, we will start working on the tests and releases. The entire idea is to automate the process of packaging and testing part as well. Once the fourth test part is done, we'll try to ensure or like try to contribute or enhance the process of long-term supports and also like the minor releases. We'll try to provide as much as minor releases possible. Also, the last release month will in the last month we'll try to work on customer satisfaction and the user satisfaction, like whether the issue that we resolved is like accepted by the customer or not, or like they want some new features or something like that. Yeah.
All right. Round of applause for packaging group number 2. And I do have a few more of the tumbler bottles if that's what you want, but I have some luggage tags, and our scribe from packaging group 2 can also come up. I do have some more bottles, and I think I have some more luggage tags too, but I'll have to go and look. I didn't grab enough. So, content and marketing. Do we have a spokesperson for content and marketing, our last group? Come on up. So, tell us your name, the ideas or solutions or challenges that came up, and any striking ideas that came out from the discussion.
Sure. So my name is Somdeep Dhar. I'm working in Philips. So as part of our content and marketing, I guess this is the primary team which I feel like that is responsible to make sure all those distributables and packages are getting to the right customer as well as to the right consumer as well. So if we look at the month 1 itself, so main thing is, let's suppose a product gets released, right? So we will take it from there itself, right? So once the product is getting released, so we will make sure those documentation are properly in place. So that will ask all those user Q&A team itself to make sure like all the release packages are into their public repository. So that's kind of a public announcement we'll be making to the customers to make sure those are, those mirror releases are feasible and they can get their own repositories. So once that is done, then we can look for the press release, and this will be a continuous progress because we'll be asking the feedback every month based on the feedback of the it can be digital marketing, like you can do using LinkedIn, we can do using the outreachy programs, like some of them might be supporting those defects, or maybe they can have a bug as part of a release. It might happen, like some of the programs may get defects. So based on the feedback, it will be a continuous process, so we can let those team like packaging design team and other team Q&A team let them know that you need to fix those defects, and again you need to release in a minor versions as well. So this is as part of that's important part of our software development life cycle. And I believe this coming up to this will offer the goodies. Let's suppose if a major release comes up, like we are doing right now, so it's a part of a Fedora release party. So we'll be providing some of the goodies like sticky notes, t-shirts, to make sure, swags, to make sure like we are getting a much more attention, and we will let them know like you can spread out the news to your friends and community, so that can be reachable as well. So as part of a digital marketing, we can let them know. And at last, it's a survey. There is a small circle we have drawn that It's a kind of a market and remarket, which means that if we continuously evolve ourselves based on the quality of the product we are delivering, so it depends upon to get a continuous feedback, and then after that we can provide to the customer as well. So here, I mean, that's whole process of the content marketing. Thank you.
Applause for content and marketing. And our scribe and spokesperson, I have one luggage tag left. I do have some more in the back. So if you can help, Samyak, go grab. No luggage tag. Could you grab some more, like 2 of the bottles? Perfect. Thanks. All right, folks. Well, congratulations. We have made it to the end. You are all now contributors to an operating system. Congratulations. So I know we are running a little bit over on the schedule, so what I'm going to ask is we have our keynote that's about to follow. If you could help me reset the room configuration and put the chairs all back into a nice even row, and then we'll have our last session for the day, followed by the conference group photo. And then you can all wrap up.
Be a bit too late for. Yes, sorry.
Here's the clicker.
It
You wanna
is.
plug in the remote clicker. This is for the.
Oh, the clicker?
Yeah.
Where's the HDMI?
HDMI is on this side.
I don't think it's gonna require a charger. Does it have? Yeah, it has enough charge for the now, I guess. I'm gonna keep it to a side, I guess.
ಇದೇನು ಜೋಧ್ಪುರ ಜೋಧ್ಪುರ ಜೈಸಲ್ಮೇರ ಜೋಧ್ಪುರ್ ಅದರ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಒಂದು
Right, let's get started.
intro
Yeah, I'm going to give the intro and then pass it over to you, if you don't mind. If I might have your attention, please. For the last session, which is going to be the keynote session for this day, we're going to close down with the talk from Ramakrishna Yakula. He's going to be talking about fast chai and change, right? Fast chai and change, brewing innovation in India. Please take over the stage. Thank you so much for having the keynote over here. Thank you.
Okay, hi. So I know I'm stopping you from, I'm between you and Bangalore traffic. So given state of Bangalore traffic, I'm sure this talk might be better. So yeah, who didn't have chai here, right? So one of the coolest ways of chai is it comes naturally, the sharing comes naturally with chai in India, okay? So you walk to any of the chai stalls, so the tea stalls, whatever it is, and you go in a group. So the chai vendor, okay, he's already calculating in his mind, would he be taking 2 by 3, 5 by 7, 9 by 12? So he does his mathematics, right? Chai is something which is shared a lot in India and naturally, especially when you go in groups. And it always tastes better when you divide it in different kind of ratios and have it, and not the full chai, okay? So these are a few of the things in which culturally sharing is very common in India, okay? So about me, this is like I was one of the volunteers 20 years back. And these were the first few GNOME contributors whom I met. They're trying to bash me up because they were trying to write something in .NET for GNOME. There was a project called Mono, and I was not like agreeing to them. Why bring something with so many patents, which is there? Like, you know, at that given point of time, there used to be a famous company which was not contributing a lot to FOSS. They were fighting FOSS companies and organizations and communities a lot. Strangely, now they are one of the largest contributors to FOSS. But at that given point of time, the way things were was proprietary software was normal in most of the organizations, whether it was companies, whether it was academia. People used to buy software, right? And what happened over the last 20 years is, if you're not using open source, people think something is wrong with that organization, right? So if you take a look at the footprints in most of the organizations right now, 95% is free and open source software. So, like for example, the bookings you did to come to Bangalore, the cabs and the rides you took coming over here, the maps you were searching, all of those things are built with open source software. So open source touches everybody's life so many times, like every day, without you noticing that there is free and open source software which are behind all of that. So I used to work with projects GNOME and most of the Indian language localization, and I worked on storage systems and all of that. But one thing what I wanted to talk in this conference, and especially in this talk, is the volunteers. Okay, the volunteers not just in conferences but behind these communities. So most of the volunteers are unsung heroes. They were the influencers before influencing became cool, and these were few of the things which kind of impacted. I'm sure many of you who are students here or young contributors, few of the people's images which I would show have indirectly touched your life, and with you might not knowing them also. Okay, so they are the people who turn up in the conferences. You can spot them with, you know, long beards and old T-shirts of some random conference, coming out and helping, setting up AV, distributing pamphlets, and they are also contributors of the project. Perhaps they might want to be in limelight or they don't want to be in the limelight. It's their personal choice. But most of these volunteers have kept most of the major projects alive. Right? And even in a country like India, where it was very vast and culturally, like 20 years ago, we were not that, how it is today, access to technology was not that easy. Only few students in certain universities had access to internet. And even in that, very few students were in the open source movement in India. So I would just like to touch upon few of these folks. But what had earlier happened was there was a lot of lobby from many American-based companies trying to influence policies in India for a very long time. Your education policy, your healthcare policy, and most of the things which you are using right now. There was one person called Abdul Kalam. How many of you heard of him? Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Most of you have. He was one of the earlier pioneers in India to actually come out and say that, you know, India can't afford proprietary solutions, or in a cultural system like India, this is not possible, right? This is something somewhere around 2003, 2004. Sorry. He had come out with this statement, and it was motivating for many volunteers in India. At that given point of time, the main mode of communication was IRC. Right now, people use any app for chatting. Recently, I saw one of my nephew using GPay for chatting with someone. So, but because it was other forms of communication were monitored. So these are few of the things which because the thing with most of us is we'll find a way to communicate with anyone, right? So at that given point of time, the most common way of communicating with volunteers were on something called the Internet Relay Chat or the IRC chat rooms. Okay, and most of the projects, whether it was Debian, Fedora, GNOME, KDE, all of these projects had their own servers on Freenode, OFTC, and various things. Even few of these servers are live even now. For a long time, I know there is India-Australia series going on and all. So Cricinfo was actually a IRC server where people used to log in and check what is the score, who is batting, get like part real-time commentary on IRC channels. Okay, so these are one of the things which happened. So Abdul Kalam was one of the first leaders in India to actually put down and say, India is not going to invest in proprietary software. It is going to be open source. Any publicly funded projects for e-governance, there is a policy. If you take a look at the policy side of things, India is very advanced in adopting FOSS policies. At least on paper, we have one of the better FOSS adoption strategies in the whole world, right? And in addition to this, it also has autonomy in both how state and central governments can adopt FOSS policies. Like, for example, Kerala and Assam were one of the first earlier states to introduce open source textbooks, adopt FOSS in school and education and various things, right? So, but what about these volunteers? Why do they contribute to these projects? In most of the cases, they're not even paid for it. They come on their own, they miss their kids' birthdays, they miss their families' reunions or school reunions, but they will end up in conferences. One of the things is, most of the volunteers, something which drives them is their intrinsic motivation towards a particular cause or particular project. So there was this person called Karimar Lakhani who had studied about, this is about 2 decades ago, who had studied about why open source communities thrive, what kind of open source communities thrive, why would somebody just want to code when he's not being paid, or things like that. One of the crucial factors which stood out was intrinsic motivation of that particular individual when he thrives in that project and solving those problems out there. So if you take a look at how Linux grew and how internet grew around Linux also, and projects like GNU Linux. So if you take a look at it, there were few FTP servers at MIT, there were few FTP servers at Berkeley, there were few FTP servers. Software used to be shared among most of these institutions. And even in India, there was something called ERNet, which used to connect all the publicly funded institutions like your IIScs, your IITs, and all of that. People used to run source code repositories on this so that anybody else could download. For a long time, IIT Madras used to host a Fedora mirror, so that many folks who were downloading software or updating their software could get it pretty easily. So what I wanted to talk is intrinsic motivation. So most of the folks who had motivated me to come into open source software, few of these things had triggered to them. One was a mail from someone called Atul Chitnis. I don't know how many of you have heard of Atul Chitnis. So he had sent a mail, and this was the first time in Bangalore there was something called the IT.com which was happening, the IT Expo. So this was in the year 2000. So what they did over there is they put a small pavilion of free and Linux, open source software out there, or GNU Linux, and they were just showcasing various Linux projects which were popular back then. And few of these projects were like the Mozilla project, and the Linux kernel itself, and projects like GNOME, and projects like KDE in its earlier phases, and various browsers and chat windows and editors at that given point of time. So what happened with this is many folks who turned up to that expo ended up getting into this particular booth. And they felt inspired from there, went back to their cities. So I came from Mysore, right? Went back to their cities and started talking about Linux, started talking about GNU as the operating system, started talking about licenses and various things, of which none of us knew something like that. It kind of exposed us to a different way of looking at the problem. There is something called free software. There is something called, there are programming languages which are free. At that given point of time, take a look at this. The programming languages were like .NET, Java. They were not like really open source. They were open. You can use it, but is it really open source? Probably not. And the way in which the way software was normalized is, a company used to take patents left, right, and center on a certain piece of technology, and then write a framework on top of it, and then write a programming language for that, and say, go ahead and implement it for your use cases. What you were basically doing is you were writing software, production level software, which you could be sued at any given point of time for patent violations. Okay, so the whole idea about what is a patent, does it apply in India? Okay. can you be writing code in India which might be violating a law in some other country? All of these things were like newer kind of areas which you had to keep in mind. Okay, we got exposed to many of these stuff. And another one by an ex-Red Hatter called Venkatesh Hariharan, he had written this particular paper called Why Linux Makes Sense for India. And this was one of the places where we started looking at operating systems. Can you run Indian languages on operating systems? Where do you start? How do you make a font? How do you make a rendering engine understand that particular font? How do you make a programming language understand Indic? So these are few of the kind of problems which was being solved in early 90s and the early 2000s. How to get these things working together. It is not that it is not that people were not innovative back then, but you had to come up with these basics. Right now, if you walk into Bangalore, every startup or every unicorn you see here, everybody use open source. There is no company which is not using open source, especially when they're building out their own stack. It's not that one company can they can always go to a large company and say, can you solve this problem for me? It could. Scale in which these people are working, there is no one company which can be a single vendor for these organizations. And organizations have to build out their own stack using open source software to address the scales in which they're working. So one of the things is the sphere of influence of the FOSS community. So I just wanted to put out this picture, like few of the people you might recognize, few of these people you might not. So the first person is Raj Mathur, Atul Chitnis, Sankarshan and Runa. They were a GNOME couple. Shashi Shekhar, Venkatesh Hariharan, Richard Stallman, of course. Then you had Kishore Bhargava, Pradipto, Kushal Das, Saimandu Das Gupta, Kushal Das, and Rahul Sundaram. Rahul Sundaram was one of the core, he single-handedly kind of held ship of the Fedora project out here, getting a lot number of volunteers to contribute. Like at that given point of time, when you're contributing for operating systems, if you wanted to be a maintainer, in the community, the benchmark was a Debian project. Once you become a Debian maintainer, you're considered really cool and all of those things. But because Debian project required that amount of scrutiny before you became a maintainer, Fedora on the other hand, today many of you might have signed up for the Fedora project and might have become a contributor just by signing up, right? So it also has its own standards. Like say for example, ways in which each of these open source projects, the ones which lasted over decades, like Linux is more than 30 plus years is now. You have projects like Mozilla, you have projects like LibreOffice. All of these things stood this test of time. Had to work with many governments, had to work with many policy implementation. Because in India, if you wanted to get any of these software in the hand of the government or any of the government thing, you had to support Indian languages being run over there. So this was one of the projects. Randomly, people met over IRC. People were from government organizations, universities, academia, companies like Red Hat and Novell at that given point of time. Even they were pretty huge on the GNOME project. And companies like Nokia. Volunteers just came together and started working for a single cause, right? They were contributing they were not contributing just for Red Hat or just for Novell or just for SUSE or things like that. They started contributing to upstream projects. So this was the first time I got exposed to, what is an upstream project? Why is it important to have communities, and why is it important to have various, like say even something like this, having a conference around the community. It really makes me happy because if you take a look at most of the projects which want to work on, right now it's all they want to, every kid wants to work on a generative AI project or a large language models or something on predictive AI or things like that. But contributing to a open source project which has been out there, all these folks put in a lot of effort in order to create communities out there, create volunteers within their cities, and create out something called the Linux users group or GNU Linux users group within their organizations. And as the technology started growing, what started happening with the whole open source movement in India is it also started getting decentralized. So before, everybody used to hang out on the iLug channels on Freenode. Then if you take a look at the last 2 decades, you have a very vibrant Ruby community in India. You have a very vibrant Go community in India, Python community in India. So what started happening is, along with the underlying operating system, these programming languages also started growing. So if you take a look at the stats from the GitHub, India, hello. So India has the second highest number of GitHub users, and after US, and by 2025 or 26 we could as well beat US in terms of the number of commits people are making from India. But the thing is, one of the things of the open source project is it transcends boundaries. Like, you know, you could be working with someone from Japan, you could be working from someone from Europe, someone from thing. The thing is, India has always been a great consumer of open source software, free and open source software, because most of the technologies which you are writing or any developer is writing is probably open source right now, even if they're doing commercial enterprise organizations. So this is one of the papers written by the Civic Data Lab. It's freely available. I would request to read this paper to get a sense of how open source communities started getting in India. So now you had this central open source communities or decentralized open source communities which started getting like few of these started getting funding, like say projects like GNOME and all. Many companies started hiring core maintainers or developers for these projects. It is not only the commercial success of a project is also very important when it comes to open source. There are many good open source projects which die as loaded because there is no commercial adoption. Sometimes it could happen that, you know, that project loses steam. So if you take a look at it, GitHub has around 100 million open source projects out there, of which around 20,000, when I'm saying 100 million, about 20,000 make it to a mainstream distribution, a mainstream distribution like a Fedora or a Ubuntu or like those things. Even within that, about 6 or 7,000 of these packages make it into a enterprise level distribution. You see the amount of filtering which happens when a project needs to be supported for a longer period of time. So it is imperative that it's not just the code which is great. Most of these 7,000 or 8,000 projects which get delivered to enterprise customers for a longer period of time, most of these have very good open source communities around them, because even the companies can bet their infrastructure with these software for a longer period of time. So it is like whenever you're trying to start an open source project or are part of an open source project, especially in the Indian setup, like say for example, we are always in the top 5 in GSOC contributions throughout the world. But what happens post the GSOC, or what happens post these hackathons or post these things, seldom people come back to those projects and contribute back. So this is a constant problem, and even the projects which you would be working on, especially open source, it is always a moral obligation that you groom the next level of developers. Or if you're running a community, or if you're running a conference, you need to always find the next generation of developers who can take it over from you in order to take that project forward. Like say, PyCon is one of the great examples of that. None of the original PyCon India volunteers or founders who are running that conference are involved with the conference anymore. Most of them, they tend to find newer volunteers to come and start taking that conference up. So those are one of the things in which a thriving community can help the project. Another thing is, it also helps a lot in terms of talent acquisition. So having a good open source contribution also helps many profiles when they're going into organizations, or even because open source is consumed a lot right now. This was not the case 2 decades ago, because open source is consumed a lot right now, especially in the consumer internet companies or even in the government. You could always look at the projects in which they're consuming. You can always contribute to those projects, and it gives you a competitive advantage of getting hired in that particular organization too. So even these are a few of the things which you can. And then you always have initiatives where you can fund FOSS initiatives, like say companies like Zerodha or So if they're looking at various projects like say Redis, for example, or any of the other projects, they actually, if they don't have time to contribute code, they actually fund grants so that people can do a bug bounty program, or they can solve problems, or they have even gone ahead and got the developers hardware in order for them to keep these projects alive. Funding past projects is also another thing, and also another thing is you also have this the business cycle of FROS also needs to be there, because most of the projects which get threatened, most of the open source project is like, for example, since it's open source, there is always a threat that a competitor can come and can take the source code and start developing. It is easy to fork a project, but it is very difficult to fork a community. So this is where most of the projects which end up forking, they pretty much die, because now there is a engineering overhead or a maintenance overhead to maintain those code bases. Essentially, you are going to make a fork of that project the day you decided to start that particular project, and it is not sustainable over a period of time. But there are some communities or some companies which have successfully also tried out that model, like especially the hyperscalers, your AWSs, your Azures and all. They have started most of these open source projects as a service, and they are trying to sustain those projects on production environments. So like I said, most of these, like the KD community, the Mozilla community, the GNOME community, the Linux kernel community, the compilers community, all of these folks have very good volunteers, and they have tried to keep these communities alive, because there's a constant set of volunteers which were coming in, and the constant set of contributions which are going out. And for a long time, most of the companies which were contributing for open source projects from India were companies like Red Hat or Yahoo, or most of the American companies, or most of the companies which had a global delivery system. But right now, many software startups who are in the cloud and the infrastructure space from India, they're building out their software on their own. And they are getting communities to contribute to their software globally too. So even this is one of the bigger change which has happened over the last 2 decades. And there were many volunteers. Those are very few of the volunteers pictures. Like say, for example, Karnakar with Venki started the InLinux project, and then you had developers like Kiran Jonalgada, Naufal Ibrahim, Kenneth Gonzalez, or Atul Chitnis. They kind of influence many companies. And like if you take a look at most of the older folks like me who meet in the conferences, pretty much most of the CTOs in Bangalore or many of those places either ended up in one of these conferences, started implementing Linux within their organization, or started implementing one of these user interfaces. One of these user software. One of the popular examples of that is the Swatantra Malayalam Computing Project, SMC. That group is been so strong over last decade and a half. They've been making fonts, they've been contributing not just to open source project, but also helping standardize certain way in which Indic can be contributed and consumed for the state governments and also from central governments. One of the volunteers about 2 years ago even got the president's model, Santosh Tottingal, who is one of the Wikipedia engineers, by the way. When I say all of these projects, right, they're very inspirational. You just have to look at how humble these people are. You just go to them with a problem. They'll sit down, they'll try to solve it with you or guide you how to take it forward. So these are few of the projects which on which you can base your projects on. So these are few of the success stories which came out from India. And then the second thing is the education side of things. So for a long time, what happened was, like say when I was in engineering, I had to use MATLAB or I had to use certain proprietary software. So in 2013-14, government took an initiative called FOSSEE, where the non-computer science side of engineering, like your mechanical engineering, your electrical engineering, aerospace engineering, government actually invested $1 billion back in the day for getting all of this software to be replaced by open source software and run them on on environments, and they also spent a lot in terms of making out these particular training programs in IIT Bombay. There was a project called FOSSI which came out at that time, which trained a lot of engineering teachers, engineering lecturers and professors in order to take these projects to production. And one of the things is that's how you start building communities. Now if I take a look at many of the folks who came out from the FOSSI project or who contributed there, who were students there, they are contributing to large scale projects like Kubernetes, PyTorch and all of those projects, because they understand how open source has influenced their life and how open source has taken these projects to production in India. And it's not only these popular open source projects. If you take a look at India's success right now, like success with Aadhaar, success with NCPI, payments, or anything which is happening out there, it's all due to open source software. It's all open source software is behind all of these stacks. Like say, these are few of the projects, the FOSSI project, and then another thing was called the Spoken Tutorial projects run by IIT Bombay. The FOSSI project where a lot of open source software for engineering and sciences were delivered through them or packaged by them, trained the teachers. And another example of free software model, it's published in a paper by Anthony Palakal and Wesley, is how Kerala state government adopted open source software to be run in their schools and all the teachers. And since most of it was DIY, basically the teachers started picking up technologies under the hood also to see how this particular project works and how we can take it to production. And the third thing is business. So most of the businesses are, like say if you take a look at all the hyperscalers out there, your AWS, Azure, do you think it would have been easy for them to build out those massive scales of compute without open source? Think of the scenario where there is no open source or GNU Linux or any of these projects. How difficult would have been for them to build out these clouds, and how difficult would the adoption be? Okay, it was like a pretty thing. So the FOSS businesses and investing in FOSS businesses is also one of the more popular one. Take a look at the example of Red Hat, the company which I work for. For a long time it was seen as one of the smaller startups which was competing against a large giant like a Microsoft or any of these large proprietary companies like Sun Microsystems or those things. But it is the consumers and the customers who drove open source software adoption, because they wanted to work on the internet, they wanted to work on a large scale. Red Hat is one of the examples, but there are many examples of companies which started purely as open source and have made it very big out there. So these were a few of the things, like say for example, if you wanted to work with the governments, you need to localize your software. If you're maintaining a piece of code, you want that code to go into a certain market. Like say, for example, you're writing a piece of software in India, but you want to take it to a market in the US or Japan or anything. Try to understand how software is deployed over there. What are the standards which you need to keep in mind in order to make your project successful. One of the common things which I tell people is, if you're writing great software, great. But how do you distribute that particular piece of software? Can you package it with an Ansible file? Can you package it as a container? Can you as a container image? Can you deliver with that? It's not just having great code within a code repository which matters. The delivery mechanism also matters in which you can take this software to production. So always try to find a business model for your open source software. In certain cases it might not be, say for example, if you are in the NGO space, or if you are in the space for non-profits and all, perhaps not. But if you're starting out a project in the open, right now, having a business model, how are you going to monetize that particular open source software? Even those things would play an important role in terms of that project getting successful. But there are also other avenues right now. You have companies like TideLift, you had GitHub sponsors, you get grants from various organizations also in order to keep that project alive and take it to commercial aspects later on. So these are a few of the things. One of the study done by Linux Foundation and Linux Foundation was, if somebody were to recreate the whole Fedora project, how much look, think that these open source softwares didn't exist and you had to write the amount of code in order to make a project like Fedora project or the Linux kernel project or the Mozilla project. In one of the studies, they used the COCOMO model. it turned out that Fedora itself, if you have to just write the thing, it would take about $10.5 billion in order to write this project. And I'm talking about something in 2010 when this study came out. So this is how the value of open source also brings in. Like there's also another study. There's also another study by Harvard. Sorry. So there's also another study about just the Linux kernel itself is worth $4.15 billion, and the kind of businesses in the supply chain it kind of does is almost $8 trillion. So if you take a look at all the places in which Linux is deployed, it could be everything at this given point of time, where the car you're driving, the TV you're seeing, and all the major supply chain aspect of it. So that is one of the things. I just wanted to give an example of force in education and force in business and then force in government. At this given point of time, most of the digital services in India are built on top of FOSS. You might have heard of projects like ONDC, you might have heard projects like the Beacon protocol, and also the India stack itself, which powers most of India's APIs, like the ones from NCPI, the ones from Aadhaar, the ones, whatever you're interacting with the government, and you can also build businesses on top of this. So these are a few of the examples of that. There's a lot of work which needs to be done by technologists around the policy side. By definition, like I said earlier, we have one of the most flexible open source policies out there, and it's one of the early countries in which open source was adopted as in terms of policy. But what ends up happening is, when you're in open source, you can't just say that, okay, it's a Linux project. There are hundreds of projects which are out there in production environment. What happens with technology in general is the rate of change of technology is very fast compared to what any skilling programs or any training programs can keep up with. So what happens in most of the government projects is they would usually be implemented by a system integrator who needs to have these skills and projects out there. So when you are writing an open source project, also make sure how would you train the end user who's consuming this? How would you train the end contributor who's going to use this project out here? So I'll give you one of the examples. How many of you have used Namayatri? Or it's called different in different places. So this is one of the good, Namayatri is open source. Most of you might see the technology behind. You can go to their GitHub page and thing. I'll tell you how that thing, how that company or that project kind of took over the bigger giants like your Ubers and your Olas and all of that thing. Especially for the three-wheelers. All their stack is open source, okay? And what they started using is they started using OpenStreetMap instead of Google Maps, right? So they had to connect the user to where the auto is, or the user to where that the user's location to where that auto is. And it used to be one of the very expensive calls done on Google Map for that. So they used it to open source. Now what has happened with this thing is the adoption rate of there was also very good design thinking in place in how they adopted it, because most of the companies would design with a customer first approach. They designed it with a driver first approach. What would make the driver happy on our platform, rather than thinking what would make the customer happy on our platform. And then they started using all open source stack. They were smart about using that open source stack. So what is the outcome of that? Now even Ola and Uber and Rapido and all competitors started adopting the same model because they wanted to go for a driver first kind of approach. And by using open source software, they kind of got down, they got down the commissions, and they got down the, I mean, all the commissions were going to the end driver by using all of these software. These are simple technology changes which can disrupt even larger companies and larger stacks. So you kind of see all of these technologies being implemented here and implemented at a very large scale. So you can take a look at these projects, the India stack, the ONDC. So if you're trying to work with the government, if you're trying to write any of these software, you can readily get all the APIs from the government itself, and most of this thing is powered by the open source stack built by the government for anybody to consume. Or if you're not from India, you can also take a look at projects like this in order to, there's a stack called the MOSIP stack where you can create out these APIs and consumers and citizens can consume these particular applications. So So what I said was a success stories, right? Like, has it really impacted? Okay. So one of the common things to see is how are you going to measure all of this success? Because you would be starting an open source project, or your open source project can get consumed by the government or any other organizations. So one of the things about measuring open source software is there has been certain studies which are done and which are being published. One of the popular one is Red Hat had funded two of the studies were by IIM Bangalore, one in 2009 and one in 2016. In 2009, the study was like just by using impact of free and open source software in government services, they could right away save about $1 billion. This is back in the day, okay. And then another study which was done again in 2016 by the same professor, Rahul Dey. If you are interested in seeing how FOSS is impacting most of this software in India, these are two good papers which you can read. Another paper which was published by European Union is also one of the places where even 10% increase in the contributions of FOSS from European Union would increase their GDP by 0.6 to 0.7%. So this is one of the projects. Another project which is being written right now and it will be published in January is impact of free and open source software in India, which is going to be published by the National Law School of India. So this is coming out in 2025. So these are few of the projects where you can see the method in which a project impacts open source or open source software in daily lives. So these are few of the things. And there are also certain new challenges. Who can guess what the new challenges are about? The most hottest topic by everybody, generative AI. Okay, so generative AI is now everybody are going to use large language models in order to contribute code onto these projects which are already there. I think so. What happens with that is there are three. The thing about open source, free and open source software is it follows four fundamental principles. You should be able to use it, you should be able to modify it, share it, and distribute it, right? Study it, modify it, share it, and distribute. But what happens with these so-called open source large language models? How do you send a pull request to an open source large language model, right? You can't. In most of the cases, you can't. So there are three major aspects which you need to think about. One is the code. When it comes to code, each code has a particular license. Maybe it is Apache, maybe it is GNU GPL, maybe it's a Mozilla license. There is no disagreements over there. But when it comes to the data, there is huge disagreements over there by various communities. So open source folks would say even the data should be open source. The training data sets should be open source. And when it comes to models, there have been certain arguments over the last 1 year when it comes to how you can use a certain model in production environments. So what happens with the models is most of the so-called open source large language models are not really open source large language model because they prohibit you from using it in commercial usage. When it is an open source model, you should be able to use it even on commercial usage, and you also need to get certain kind of indemnity support from the vendor of that particular open source things. So what exactly happens over here is all of these aspects need to be open source in order for a large language model to be open source, because many people are using large language models right now. Either it's for coding, it's for writing policies, or generating various stuff. So the things which need to be open source are the data sets in the training data. When it comes to pre-processing, the code used for pre-processing and the filtering criteria which need to be used for that open source model needs to be there. The code which is going to train the data set, even that one needs to be open. Most of the models in the deployments, architecture, train weights, evaluation results, you can get them on Hugging Face. The last two bits are pretty much something which you can get on Hugging Face. But the first three things are also important when it comes to open source and using large language models within the projects or thing. Like certain projects like Apache Software Foundation already has published that if you are using open source software, I mean, one of the general things is don't use large language models to generate code while committing to open source projects, because it could open a can of worms while committing to the project. But if you're using, you also need to say what training data set it was done, who was the original author of that particular reference you're giving. So these are few of the things in which it is going to impact right now. And even the government of India has come out with at least a draft paper on using generative AI and projects like this in the environments. There is a lot of requirement in terms of technologists and the engineers trying to advise. Like most of the policymakers are very smart right now, then they're very intelligent too. So they're trying to factor in all kinds of things. So you need to have use cases while talking to them. So this is where a lot of contribution is required by organizations, academia, individuals and students when they are trying to use open source. How can you shape the policy for the next generation? So because this is something which is a generational change in technology which is happening right now. So these are a few of the things. And another initiative which could be done is you could also take a look at the projects which are being deployed in the government. See if there is any proprietary software being used in those projects. Usually the policy says that if there is a tender, if there's a tender where software is being procured by the government, you need to see if there are proprietary software and open source software which are part of the tender. If they are on equal terms, the capabilities of that software, the project needs to go in favor of the open source project. But what usually happens in implementation is maybe people are not trained on that particular piece of software, because there's also the staffing side of things. It's not just the project maturity which is looked at. So these are few of the things where you can contribute to organizations like FOSS United or any of the places. Try to get in touch with the policymakers within your state or central government or things like that, and try to put forward your take on a particular technological decisions. Another thing is you could also write to your local representatives of your parliament. If you see if any policy is not like free and open source, you can as well reach out to the offices of your local representatives saying that this particular policy, maybe it's the monetary policies or various things where open source software is being replaced by proprietary software. You could also reach out to them, write a mail out to them, try to explain to them how this policy might impact in future by not using open source or by not taking an open, transparent approach also. So these are few of the things which I wanted to cover. Yeah, you can reach out to me at ramakrishna@fedoraproject.org. So yeah, any questions or doubts? Yeah. How am I doing on time? Cool.
Yeah. For certain applications for which there's no alternative open source project available, how do you create a community of both users as well as contributors for that project?
You mean to say there's a proprietary project, but there is no open source project, or no?
There is no alternative at all, proprietary or open source alike. It's something that we make use of. We find that it would be something that can be useful to others as well. But how do we create a community of both users and contributors around it?
So creating a community is one of the tougher aspects of an open source project. Like I said, like say for example GNOME. GNOME has been one of the successful open source project because they had a very good make the contribution stream as easy as possible. Like somebody can sign up, and always there are other aspects of open source other than code in which people can contribute to. It could be content, it could be testing, it could be like documentation side of things. It could also be like running program management of it, like coordinating user group meetups, running hackathons, running various community streams. There are different aspects. So usually most of the open source projects fail because they've only focused on the code side of things. They forget on the other side of ways in which communities can contribute. And if you see a end user community, like many of the open source companies which have come out, when they started that company, that was not the first problem they were solving. What they end up solving is the actual customer problems which they encounter over a period of time, and then they try to solve those particular problems. It's not just open source, any technological problem. Most of the companies you see out there start solving a different problem, end up solving a different problem, starts making money for a different problem. So it's the same thing in terms of communities. You need to have a very solid community for your applications out there. And it's not just open source, even proprietary companies have figured this thing out, that having a strong, thriving community who are intrinsically motivated to contribute to those projects are out there.
Thank you.
Yep. Yes.
So there are multiple, so with respect to FOSS as a business,
right.
So there are legacy applications are there which are used by banking softwares. Still they are relying on those open source, those third-party modules.
Right.
So it might happen like there are vulnerabilities came across, and there is no active development going on those, those open source components. So in order to mitigate those, so obviously company will tell, you need to patch, upgrade, or you need to, upgrade to the latest version. But since there are no active development on those software, so how to, overcome those problems or issues?
There are two ways. One, you can be smart about it and try to solve it architecturally. Usually when it comes to legacy software, there are three major things what companies do. One is called re-platform these applications. The second thing is it's called lift and shift. Okay, maybe they're running on an older version of Linux. And it's a very valid problem, because if you take a look at 2 years back, there was this thing that the highest paid developers were COBOL developers, right? Like, then you suddenly think, who uses COBOL in 2022, okay? Or 2024, like COBOL developers are in demand. Because the way in which these programming languages, these frameworks are written, were very smart at that time, for lasting for a longer period of time. But then in your case, if there is legacy software, what usually happens is they try to they try to run these applications in VMs with a modern operating system running as the host for those kind of applications. The last thing they would do is refactor. First they'll try to lift and shift, or they'll try to re-platform. Re-platforming also means they might have to recompile that application to another architecture. And the third thing is, like, if none of these two work, it is refactoring. They need to actually go and change their code bases.
So actually what it's happening, like, there is a tight coupling between the dependencies. So if we are trying to upgrade one dependency, we may need to, upgrade the another dependency as well.
That's
like
right.
a transitive dependencies are there. So if we try to refactor, there can be a problem, like it can break the code or the function.
Yeah, usually these kind of things are handled at the architectural level, and it is some things which, if you're running a FOSS business around that, it's a very good business to be in, because if you take a look at most of the applications which were written in 60s and the 70s and the 80s were on architectures like your RISC architecture now, or secondary architectures, what they're called. Then most of these applications moved to CISC architectures, which are based on Intel and AMD and all of that. But if you take a look at it right now, again, people are going back to the hardware is becoming more important, the kind of hardware architectures. If you take RISC-V, and if you take a look at newer architectures coming out, like AWS Graviton, or like even Apple, right? They came from PowerPC architecture, moved to Intel's architecture, and went back to their own thing. So in a way, I bet that like 10 years down the line, each company is going to have its own hardware architecture and software architecture, which is going to be tied to that and deliver software. We have already seen that with Snapdragons and all of these things. So hardware is also becoming important, because traditionally hardware engineers always thought software engineers were lazy. So they try to speed up everything in the hardware. But right now, the software engineers have started realizing that, hey, if I can get advantage of the underlying hardware, I can be more efficient with my thing. And certain things are also disruptive because of regulations. European Union, for example, right now is very strict on data center emission norms. Few of the data center companies pollute more than countries, right? So what happens is, it is becoming imperative from the developers of how efficiently power also can be consumed by my piece of code. The wattage is also becoming very important. So if you're going for sustainability side of things and all, you need to see what programming language also should I implement this in, with very less thing. Think of it like, say, for example, many of the satellites use open source software. They're written in programming languages like OCaml and all. So because they're usually powered by solar panels, less power and all. So these are few of the newer things which impact software architecture. And
Thank you.
Having a business model for your open source software is not a bad idea now. So yeah. Any other questions? Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramakrishna. May we have a big round of applause for the insightful talk that we had. And that rounds up the first day of GNOME Asia. Thank you so much for attending. Please gather around the stage, the front area, so that we can take a group photograph of all the attendees and organizers and speakers. Whoever you are, please come over here.
Check. Okay, folks, so you know the way it works. Tall people in the back, try to squish together like you all like each other. We'll have to get close together for the photo to fit you all in. So if you're taller, get in the back. And some people, if you want to come and squat in the front and fit in, get a little cozy. One step. And can you all take a step back, a little closer to the screens? Yeah. How is it? Does it all fit? This side come in a little bit more?
Yeah, you cannot really get out. You need to shift those guys, right?
So on the left and the right, a little bit more?
Does it fit? Does it fit on the frame? Ah, yeah.
Okay, excellent.
Come a little closer. Some people may come here.
So folks, if you're on the very edge, come on up to the front. Come on and get into the, and if you're just on the edge over here, you're out of the photo. So just the folks like the 3, 4 on this side, come in a little bit more. Perfect. Okay, for GNOME, perfect. Okay, so is everyone in? We have it all in frame? Positioned good?
I'm gonna join. I cannot.
Yes.
I cannot.
You have to be in there. Okay, 1, 2, 3.